Mr. Minor.
I get photo cred, right?
We're going to start. Kennedy's not going to be here.
Do you want to be in this picture?
So.
You're going to be in this picture.
Oh, yours not?
Oh, now your head's in the picture. There you go.
I appreciate it.
Yes. He's working on it right now. So
Okay. Well, no, we're going to do the. Okay, before I get the meeting started, we have a situation where we are not in compliance with the fire marshal. So if you are here for the naming of the elementary school, the second floor is open, but we need to reduce the number of people that are in this room. And how many of you are here for the naming? Okay, so if you could do me a favor, you can have your own celebration upstairs in the second floor, and we will call you down when we get to that point, okay? Because we will not be able to conduct business in violation of the fire code. Okay, so, all right, so we're gonna need about, now everybody doesn't need to go, we just need to get down to capacity.
Everybody doesn't have to leave, just some of the people in the back who would not be able to exit, God forbid there's an emergency.
We can't, you wanna do that? You wanna amend the agenda and do it first? Yes? Okay, I'll tell you what, listen, here, if you'll go out just for a few minutes, what we're gonna do is we're gonna call the meeting to order, we're gonna do the pledge, we're gonna amend the agenda so we take up the naming first. Will that work for everyone? Yeah. Okay, so if you just bear with me a few minutes, play like you're not here, and we're gonna go ahead and do the pledge, and then we're gonna amend the agenda, and we'll get this portion of the meeting going. Well, no, we need, as long as they're not all in the room. Let me see. Okay, all right. So everybody who's still in the room, it looks like you can stay. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm thinking about it. All right, I call to order the regular meeting and public hearing of the Manatee County School District. If you will all please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. All right, rather than move into recognitions, we are going to move to the approval of the agenda. Members, the chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the June 26, 2018 agenda, updated June 25th, 2018, and posted to the district website. Members, do I have a motion to reorder the agenda? Mr. Kennedy?
I have a motion to amend the agenda real quick. I have a motion to amend the agenda real quick also.
Okay.
I would like to amend the agenda to include an item to add two new members to the audit, or the financial committee.
Do we have 2 vacancies?
We can have as many vacancies as we want.
You want to do it when we're under discussion under new business and just include, because we are going to be talking about the finance committee.
Okay, yeah, I could do it there.
Why don't we leave it there?
Sure.
So then I think Mr. Kennedy moves.
I move to approve the agenda as amended to move
Second.
this item first.
All right, so Mr. Kennedy is moving, do you have the item number?
I don't off the top of my... Yeah, Mr. Chair, a motion to amend the agenda to move items, the public hearing item number 3 to the first item on tonight's agenda.
All right, the numbering is out of order. So we are going to move the item under public hearing, approval of the naming of the new elementary school,
Correct.
to the beginning of the agenda. All in favor?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, we wanted, exactly. Let me just restate that motion real quick. Motion to amend the agenda to move public hearing items 3 and 4 together to the start of the agenda.
Second.
All right. Okay, have been moved and seconded to move public hearing numbers 3 and 4 to the beginning agenda. All in favor? Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Showing none, show the motion carries. The agenda has been reordered. So we will now move into public hearing. Vice Chair Messenger. Public comments.
Yeah.
Oh, the public, no, I need to close the,
Correct.
okay. I need to open, we'd close the meeting and adjourn the,
We had a vote on the agenda?
we did. We did. All right, so we will recess the board meeting and we will open the public hearing on the renaming of the new elementary school and approval of the naming of the new elementary school.
I make a motion that we rename the new elementary school the Barbara Harvey School.
Second.
I think it was
Barbara
A. Harvey.
I stipulate the A.
I will second the motion to name the new elementary school the Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School.
There is a motion which has been seconded to rename or name the new elementary school the Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School. Members, is there any debate?
Well,
Public hearing. Public hearing. Is there a public hearing?
yeah, I
comments.
mean, I'm sure there's gonna be comments since it's a public hearing, it's open to everybody. There already are 2 people that had signed up specifically to discuss naming. And then I know there are other people that probably signed up for public comment to discuss the naming. So, I'm gonna start with the 2 people that I have the names of, and then I will open it up to the rest of the community that's
Okay.
here. So the first name that I have on the list is Walter Miller. I haven't seen him.
Is Mr. Miller in the room?
Is it possible he went upstairs?
He might be working his way back. You want to give him some time? Go to the next name?
Sure.
Good.
Next one was Rodney Jones. I hadn't seen him either.
I see Rodney.
You did?
Yeah, he's here.
Rodney, can you find your way?
Here he comes. Here he comes.
Here he comes. I can see that sweater from here.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you.
You have 3 minutes.
We started your 3 minutes when you were outside.
That's fine. It won't take that long. Greetings, board chair and board members, staff. I'm here in support of Rodney Jones, president of the Manatee County branch of the NAACP. I'm here in support of the naming of the school to be Barbara Harvey. I think she has earned it. We all do. She spent 50 years in the school district. She has served at every level of the school district, including 16 years on the school board. That includes being a teacher, assistant principal, director at elementary schools, and so forth. And again, 16 years on the school board. And we think it's vitally important, and it's critically important for us as a people as well. You're talking about someone that served not a certain segment of society, but everyone. She's been a mentor, she's been a teacher, and the great thing about it is she's still working now. She's still working in the community now. She has a only community-based STEM center in Manatee County through a partnership with SCF MLK Day of Service in the public library. She now has the only children's library in Manatee County rooted in the community. So she is still working. It's 50 years in the school district and then still working now today. She is well-deserved. The other side of it, we know we've got a counter opinion about Parrish. And if you look at the history of Parrish, Mr. Parrish was, and I'm going to say it, it's my duty to say it, he was a slave owner. He came along during a time where we as a people, we were deprived the right to education. If you were caught reading or trying to better yourself, many times you were severely punished and even killed at times to strive toward education. So we're looking for somebody that represents all the community, not a small segment of the community. And so we are definitely in support of Ms. Harvey. We think it's well-deserved. She has served diligently and faithful for all those years, 50 years in the school district, and we're in full support of that school being named after her. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm going to open it up to anyone else that would like to come up and speak. I ask that when you come up to speak, that you make sure that you say your name clearly so that Mrs. Boyes can put it in for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is Cheryl Freeman. I'm the missionary president at Turner Chapel, as well as I serve on the board of directors for ECCI. Miss Harvey is well deserved, serving of that school to be named after her. I could say many things about Miss Harvey, but I'll tell you two that I know. They were looking for a site in Palmetto for the bus to come. And Miss Harvey called me. Can we just mastermind us being a site? I said, I'll ask him. 3 or 4 years, the bus have come to our site. We have served, as of today, I say we because our church consider us in partnership with the Manatee County School Board, as well as United Way. We have served 13,000 lunches, hot lunches to those children who are in need for food. 2 weeks ago, it was raining. I live in Bradenton. I usually go over and meet the bus. I didn't go because of my disability, but we fed 96 kids that day. We have given away, we, the United Way, as well as us, my church, have given away about 6,000 books since we have had the program. And all of this is because of Ms. Harvey, because we knew nothing about it. And we look forward to serving the community. That's one thing. The other thing is that Ms. Harvey have had some rough kids in her program, but she never gave them out. She saw a good in all of the kids. I know because I'm a single parent of one. Because of Ms. Harvey's program, he's in the United States Air Force. He just completed 8 years. And he's getting ready to go off a staff sergeant. He wouldn't have the opportunities to travel as many other kids if it wasn't for her. When I didn't want him to go on those trips, he went because of Ms. Harvey. So this school is well deserving to be named after her. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman.
To the board chair, members, staff. My name is James McLeod, and I'm the chairman of the Board of Education Consultants Consortium, Mrs. Harvey's after-school program. But I'm going to take off that hat for a moment and just talk to you personally and state that Ms. Harvey has the education DNA. I was her fourth grade student, and I'll never forget Miss Harvey. I was the proud, distinctive owner of the fact that from kindergarten through sixth grade, I got a paddling in every grade, except Miss Harvey. I was in one of her first classes, and she was different from the other teachers. Evidently, they had a new way of teaching. Miss Harvey had grabbed onto that, and it didn't involve paddling kids. And I remember Miss Harvey for specifically that, in that she never paddled me. But she educated me on not only my grade level, but she raised me 2 grade levels above my fourth grade level in both reading and mathematics. And fast forward 30, 40 years later, Ms. Harvey saw me one day and said, "McLeod, I want you to participate on my board." And time went back, and in a sing-song manner, I said, "Good morning, Ms. Harvey," and yes, I would. And I can tell you that I've participated in a lot of enrichment programs over the years in a lot of different parts of the country, but I have never been involved in anything as extraordinary as what Ms. Harvey is doing here locally for our kids in 2018. Ms. Harvey has a STEM program, an after-school enrichment program, an employment program, a college mentoring program. I've went on her with field trips to cities here in Florida for college trips. Ms. Harvey has the whole package there. That's why I say it's in her DNA. She is an educator. She's educated thousands upon thousands of Manatee County children, and she's still doing it. She does it when she's feeling well, when she's not feeling well. There should be a school honoring her. The school board building could honor Ms. Harvey. And I won't compare her with anybody else, just to say we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members and all who are present tonight. My name is Gaethel Siplin. I
Sorry,
live in
can you say
Manatee
that-
County first.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you say that one more time for Mrs. Boyce?
My name is Gaethel Siplin.
Will you spell that? Did you get it?
First name is Gaythel. Last name Siplin, Siplin. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And I've lived in Manatee County for 64 years, a true Floridian. I retired after 30 years as a sergeant from Manatee County Sheriff's Department. I'm here in full support of a woman that is defined as a true educator, dedicated, committed, loyal, and strong in integrity, and possessed compassion for humanity, but above all, our children. That woman is Ms. Barbara A. Harvey, Executive Director of Education Consultants Consortium, Incorporated. She has dedicated just about her entire life to empowering our youth and giving them a sense of value. For decades, she taught in Manatee County schools, retired, and sought after a position as Manatee County School Board member. She was elected to the board where she served well. Being the mentor, that clock got me nervous. I'm trying to get it all in because I really want to express this. Being the innovator and visionary that she is, she's seen a dire and greater need that our children were lacking, and that is mentoring, achieving, and excelling in their academics, having a strong, positive presence in their lives. In 1995, Education Consultants Consortium, Incorporated was born. Ms. Harvey, along with other retired educators of like-mindedness, teamed up together and they prayed. They then established and realized this vision. Her team at the center primary focus is not just on the students, but the entire family. Parenting classes are provided and encouraged. STEM classes are taught. Career building activities, life skills, sex education, family life, and tutoring all are provided and free of charge. In closing, school board members and deciding committee members, I humbly request and pray that you decide that the new future elementary schools that will be located at 8610115 Avenue, East Parish, Florida, bear the name of Barbara Harvey Elementary School, after an educator who has given close her entire life to educating and developing generations of children. 41 more seconds. I have a second letter. I'll read it very fast. This is from a young lady that just heard of the solicitation of the naming of the school, and she wanted me to bring this letter. She was not able to be here, and she says, "Good evening. My name is Cecilia Dozier. I live in Parrish, Florida. Ms. Harvey was my third grade assistant principal at Palmetto Elementary. I am now 49 years old. My son is a student of Education Consultant Consortium Incorporated. He is 14 and a student in the Summer Employment Slide Prevention and Integrity for Life program. As a result of the program, he has become more responsible and developed strong work ethics. I am thankful for the vision of Ms. Harvey and other retired teachers. These type of centers are greatly needed in our community, and I believe Ms. Harvey is well deserving of this new elementary school named after her. Thank you, board."
Thank you.
Good evening, the board, and everyone who's present. My name is Linda M. Carnes, a mentee, a family friend, a sorority sister, and a cohort in education of Mrs. Barbara A. Harvey. She has been a mentor to me throughout most of my life, while I have taught for 44 years in the school district of Manatee County. The year is 1961. I am a fourth grade student at the now non-existent Memorial Elementary School, where I first met Mrs. Barbara Andrews Harvey. So I'm one of those who has known Mrs. Harvey for over 50 years as a classroom teacher, assistant principal, supervisor of elementary education, school board member, and last but not least, a positive community activist. Yes, she has been and still is an educational and community icon in our community. And the work she has done and still is doing has spoken for her. So school board members, let's make haste. Do not let the name of Barbara A. Harvey go to waste. Educator, community icon, follower of the golden rule. Please vote to have her name, Barbara A. Harvey, placed on the front of the new elementary school. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
To our board chair and our superintendent, board members. I am Dr. Jacqueline Jones. I am president of this beautiful pink and green you see adorned around Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, and I am here to speak on behalf of the sorority and personally on my own behalf. Mrs. Harvey has been in my life for all of my life, and I can remember. I have had a beautiful mother raising me and a great role model in my mother, but Mrs. Barbara Harvey has been a part of that spotlight and the beacon in our family and the community also. Mrs. Harvey made all the recommendations when I wanted to go left to do something else. She says, "No, you're going to Bethune-Cookman College." When time to become a member of this illustrious sorority, she said, "Yes, I will pin you." She has been a part of my life in so many important ways, and even my returning to Manatee County to become employed here after traveling with my husband in the military. She has definitely been a storybook that can be told by many children present and those that are not here. The table of contents, learning, earning, traveling, explaining, exploring, teaching. Then the chapters go on. Then the glossary will have a definition of those. She's taken many children to Washington, D.C. who may not have had that opportunity, to do New York City, to Atlanta, to the different colleges and universities and cities in the state of Florida, as far as Texas. She has done that. She started ECC not with the funds from the public, not with the funds from any type of grants, but from her own personal funding, because it was her desire to continue after retiring to help those children she felt needed her. Not always the advanced learners, but those that were our at-risk, our special needs students who needed her. There was no area too small or too beneath her that she would not visit. She would go into the homes and sit down, had conversation with the families. Because why? It was her love. It was her mission. And as she always ended our conversations, not only with I love you, but God has a plan. And the plan today is for you, I bid to you, to name Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School once again in his plan. Thank you.
No cappers.
Don't start. All right, I'm Keenan Wooten, a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, the foundation president for Project Guide Right Foundation here locally with my fraternity, and we are, and I am in 100% support of Barbara A. Harvey for the new naming of the elementary school. I'm back again. I came down on the middle school, I lost, and I'm a fighter, and I learned that from Barbara Harvey. You know, stand up for it, stand on it, and don't back down. And that's what I learned ever since I was a little boy, and I'm gonna stick to it. I wanna talk about economically for this new elementary school. Think about it, economically. That new principal is gonna need support. That new administrative staff is gonna need support. That new principal is gonna need that person to get on the phone and say, hey, I need to raise $1,000. I need to do this, I need to do that. And you know what? You know Barbara Harvey's gonna do it. You know she gonna do it. You know, you give her 20 tickets, she gonna sell it. You know, the kids need to go on a college tour. You best believe they gonna go. Kids need a job. You best believe they gonna get it. So I can go on and on and on about Barbara Harvey. I have a biological mom. She's sitting in the crowd right now. But Barbara A. Harvey is my second mom. And I got plenty of other mothers in the audience as well. But Barbara A. Harvey is well deserving of being named this new elementary school. So I can go on and on, but we are in support of this. I want you to really think about it. Okay, we can't let this honor go to waste. Like I said, there's charter schools, there's private schools popping up all over the place. Just look around. It's people talking about it now. Our schools need an edge, and that edge is Barbara A. Harvey. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
I just want to make note that this is our state representative, Mr. Wingate Newton. Thank you for showing up, Mr. Representative.
Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, my strength, O Lord, my Redeemer. Good afternoon, school board, or good evening, or whatever it is. I just flew from a small part of this little small district I got called District 70, which encompasses Pinellas, Manatee, Hillsborough, and Sarasota. I can tell you unequivocally, Miss Barbara A. Harvey is the most fitting candidate for this naming of this school. I serve on K-12 appropriations on the state level. I serve on government accountability, health quality, transportation infrastructure, and the Joint Committee on Collective Bargaining. I can tell you unequivocally in the K-12 realm, the emphasis I have is on the K-3, because that's where we're losing them at. The kid don't know how to read. It's going to be hard to learn how to read for itself, to read to learn. So it's important that we have educational icons in the name of these institutions so the kids can be motivated. It's a lot goes into a name. It's a lot goes into a name. You have Lincoln, that most people like me can only attend. You have down south in my district in Sarasota, you have, excuse me, you have Booker. Over the bridge in Pinellas, you have the Gibbs High School. And over in Hillsborough, you have Blake. There's a lot of people like that look like me, the same hue as me. That's the only educational institution they can go to. And I'm a living example, being realming from a single divorced mom raising 8 kids in a small ghetto called Midtown, the most impoverished area in all of Pinellas County. But for the opportunities that afforded myself through education, I would not be standing here. Because if you look at those odds, single divorced mom raising 8 kids off government subsidies, food stamps, welfare, government cheese, free lunch, reduced lunch, summer jobs, after-school jobs, you're looking at it. But for those opportunities, I wouldn't even be standing here. But I know the value of education. That was the new economy. That's what got me where I'm at. It's what you know. If you believe in the Bible, Hosea 4.5 says, my people are destroyed because lack of knowledge. Not because they like knowledge, because lack of the knowledge. So these knowledge institutions should have bedrocks of the communities on them. That's the way I feel. And I would pour upon you to do the right thing and make this the new school, the Barbara A. Harvey School. I think it'll be a great accomplishment. It'll be an access to the community, and it'll show that we are invested truly in education. Thank you for hearing me out.
Good evening, school board and attendees. My name is Carolyn Birch. I have lived in Atlanta the past 30 years. Miss Barbara Harvey was my 4th grade teacher, and also when Miss Harvey came to Atlanta with the youth from her program, I took off from my job and toured with her to Atlanta and to Alabama. I learned a lot of stuff. Since then, I have taken what Ms. Harvey instilled in the youth here in Palmetto, and I have brought that proposal to Atlanta to instill it in our youth. I have 2 prominent churches working with me in a 100-mile radius, Mount Ephraim with Reverend R.L. White and Piedmont Church with Reverend Ryan Hart. And they have committed to do what Ms. Harvey, emulate what Ms. Harvey has done for the youth here with the youth in Atlanta. Our youth all over the country need these things done, and I would like to see this named after Ms. Harvey. She's been an inspiration to me since my 4th grade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm going to call Walter Miller one more time, since he was on the list. Okay, well then I think that concludes public comment.
All right, then we will close the public hearing and reconvene the regular meeting to move to the naming, correct? Okay. So we'll close the regular meeting. We'll close the public hearing, and we have now reconvened the regular meeting of the Board of the Manatee County School District. Members, we are now on item number 4, the approval of the naming of the new element. Are there people outside that we can open the door so they can? No? Members, we are on the approval of the naming of the new elementary school. Dr. Green, do I have a recommendation?
Yes, sir. Excuse me, yes. I recommend approval of the naming of the new elementary school as Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School.
So moved.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, members, we're on the motion to approve the naming of the new elementary school, the Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School. Is there any discussion, comments? Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. I just wanted to say real quick that what an honor it is to follow Barbara A. Harvey's footsteps onto the school board. And I have kind of my guiding principle is what would Barbara Harvey do in this situation? And I try to live up to that.
That's impossible.
I said I try. I also, as our distinguished speakers were addressing us, it kind of struck me, and I didn't think about this until the moment, but it's very appropriate that this is happening during Dr. Green's last meeting because, pardon me, this is, diversity is an very important thing to me, and the fact that we have such great role models here for these young black and brown women who are in the room to see that you can be a superintendent, you can have your name on the front of a school, you can do anything you want. And you can usually, as Representative Newton brought forward, it is through education, and Barbara Harvey has been delivering education for 50 years for hundreds and hundreds of Manatee County youth. So I've been saying this for a while. This was my choice for this name, and I'm looking forward to making it official. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Messenger.
Oh, I can't follow that. I second everything he just said. Although I will say, I know my community does want parish and a title of a school, so I know that that's further down on the list. To talk about the high school, I will bring that in because that's important to the community as well. But I agree with everything you just said. As I said at the last time she was here, she glows. I mean, she's magnetic. So, I agree, it's an honor.
Okay. Mr. Clone.
Yeah, I brought this to Ms. Harvey's attention some time ago personally, because I've worked with her for over 15 years. In fact, I've probably known her since I moved to Florida, because she was one of the first people that was pointed out to me as someone who was representative of education. Her sorority sisters all stood behind her and always have, and I know they always will. And to me, that's also makes her a role model. The fact that she has an organization behind her. She was co-chair of the United Negro College Fund with me. She was in charge of giving out scholarships to young people because I know that's her passion. I feel that there is no one more deserving in our community than Barbara Harvey at this point in time. I think that we have to honor her with this. She worked actually closely with Dr. Mona Jane. The two of them are educators. The two of them are women of color who want the best for the students in this community. They are people who always wanted to make this an A district. They're not looking to anybody else. They want this district to be an A district. And that's important. And they were always willing to put their money, their time, and their efforts where their hearts were. And that's something you don't see. A lot of times you see individuals that are in public service and they're being paid for one job or another, school board, something else. But as soon as they're off the payroll, they disappear. As soon as there's no money coming into their pockets, they're not around. Barbara Harvey was never one of those people. She would reach into her pocket herself. She was a giver, not a taker, and still is, and always will be, in my opinion. So it's so important to name this school after Barbara A. Harvey. Sorry, I forgot the A. Gotta say it. So I'll just leave it at that because I don't think there's anybody else that's more deserving than Barbara A. Harvey. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Minor, your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think there's been anyone in the history of Manatee County who's had as many different roles in promoting public education in the history of this county as Barbara A. Harvey. You've already heard about being a teacher, assistant principal, director of curriculum, and I understand she was on the school board for a while. And, well, that goes back a long way. And we were on the school board together. And as she related on Saturday, I think it was, over at Pathway Church, that she and I were able to have something to do with Dr. Green, coming here. And in fact, she and I were the two people who originally voted to, have her as a superintendent. And we eventually prevailed, with that, the wisdom of Dr. Harvey. And I think that's, by itself, a great accomplishment for our community and reflective of the leadership and the respect that this community has, for Mrs. Harvey. And I, on a personal level, appreciate that she doesn't stop. She has continued, not only through her consortium, but everyday life and right up through this thing we had with millage, the referendum. And she was very active in coming to the community and all over the community to say, for our children, vote yes. and she called up and said, "I need some more signs." And she get more signs, and she put out a lot of signs to vote yes, and that is a great success, for our community, in large part due to Mrs. Harvey. So, Barbara, thank you. Your friendship will always endure, and my respect for you will always endure. And thank you for loving kids and for your leadership. And it's with great pride that I cast a vote, tonight, to name this school after Barbara A. Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, with this motion to name the new school the Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School, her name will be emboldened on our newest elementary school. And as she has inspired so many generations before, this school and Barbara A. Harvey will continue to inspire the children of Manatee County for generations to come. All in favor of the motion to name the new elementary school the Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School, place your vote, say yes.
Yes. Okay.
I think Mr. Clone,
I can't,
actually Mr. Clone seconded it. So.
Yes.
Mr. Clone
seconded the
actually
motion.
seconded the motion, but there was a tie. So we have unanimously, could you place Mr. Clone's vote? Because he actually made the second for posterity.
Okay.
because my computer
They want
has
to take
been,
pictures, and Mr. Clone doesn't want that picture up there as it's facing now. Whoa!
Away! Whoa!
No pictures allowed. No
I'm
pictures
not
allowed.
here.
Okay, now. Ms. Harvey, would you like to say a few words while we're on your agenda item? We're going to deviate from the normal order. Now, I'll be a tad bit more firm than Dr. Holly was.
Yeah.
The floor is yours.
Be very embarrassing, though, for you to make me sit down.
Yeah.
Now, good evening. You know, we never know what God has in store for us if we just give it all to Him. And Dr. Green has already told me don't say a whole lot, but that doesn't matter. She obeys me, I don't obey her. I want you to know that this is a part of His plan. And I just thank so much the board for saying, well, maybe she's worth it. And I thank Manatee County. You see, when I came here, Manatee County would have had the black sitting on that side and the white over there. But look around, just look around. Just us sitting here together means a lot. My prayer is that school thrives. But not only that school, a district. I'm leaving it up to you. I don't want to say goodbye to you, but I want to say farewell. We'll see you, Dr. Green. Be blessed. Board, be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harvey. Actually, we need a picture. Ms. Harvey, we need a picture. If you'll come up here. Do we have someone to take a picture? There we go. Go in the front. In the front of the podium.
And family members and all the students we can fit up here. You guys all.
Oh, great. That's perfect.
let's get this picture and then we're
Sarah, AKA, get up here. Huh? Oh, whatever you say, but there's a little child back there. Ashton. There are 2 of them. Ashton went upstairs. I think my family.
Come on up, students, we have plenty of room.
No, where you going? I'll get somebody to take a picture. You stay right here. Oh.
There's a lot of space up here.
Mitch, if you're not gonna get in the picture, why don't you come take one for us?
I know you hadn't planned staying here all night, but thank you so. Thank you.
If you are taller, please come to us. Tall folks, come on back.
Charlie, you've done lost control. Take it away, your teacher.
I think we have room for an interim here.
Next time,
Cynthia?
next time I'm gonna put David try.
Let's bring up Fran. Yeah, she vertically challenged.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, are we ready? Everybody look forward. Everyone say, Barbara A. Harvey.
Stop sucking up, dude.
Hey, you guys over here, come on up behind us. Come on up with us.
Use your opportunity. Stand back. Come on.
Thank you.
Stand up here and look at me.
All right, everybody look forward for the cameras. 1, 2, 3. Barbara A. Harvey.
She's not even looking, hold on.
I have a son-in-law in here, some
Plenty of room up here.
grandchildren.
Yes. Taking one for the district.
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm gonna do is do a panoramic. Anyone with an iPhone is invited to do the same thing, but if we could all just give our best smile, our excitement, and our congratulations.
All right, freeze your smile.
Start over here, and I'm gonna pan this way.
Starting over here.
Okay, everybody look forward.
Close my eyes.
We'll get them for Melissa, that's okay. Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
For Michelle.
I heard you guys.
All right, everyone, the board will stand in informal recess for 5 minutes. Informal recess for 5 minutes while we clear the right, folks, we really need order, apparently. Mr. Cologne.
Too busy politicking.
The camera folks did not know we were recessed. They couldn't hear it, so we've been on TV the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Now that this meeting is not completely south.
Yes, it was well worth it.
Is whatever.
I see. Okay. All right, can we please close the doors? All right, thank you. I was informed that even though we recessed the meeting, it didn't get recessed as far as the broadcast is concerned. So for those viewing at home and online, we actually recessed the meeting so we could clear the chambers and reconvene. So members, we are now back on the agenda as amended. If you recall, we reordered it. So now we are going to go back to recognitions. And for that, I will go down to the podium.
Okay.
Dr. Green, on behalf of the board of the School District of Manatee County, we want to show our appreciation for your service to our children and community. For more than 5 years, Dr. Green has given her knowledge, skill, talent, and heart to the people of Manatee County. It takes a strong and honorable person to accept a number 2 position when you applied for the number 1. When Dr. Green accepted the challenge of the Deputy Superintendent of Instruction beginning in May of 2013, the school district was in a dark place, plagued by 19 D and F schools. Today, 5 years later, as superintendent and CEO of the board, we have no F schools, and we expect only 5 D elementary schools with no Ds at the secondary school level. During Dr. Green's leadership as superintendent for the past 3 years, the district has recovered from its financial hole and maintains adequate reserves. She is leaving the district in a far better place than when she arrived. We are on the verge of being an A district. And Dr. Green, we look forward to you joining us next year to celebrate that A district achievement and the opening of 3 new schools. Dr. Green, under your leadership, our schools are safer, our resolve stronger, and our students and schools' academic achievement is higher. And as important, we are regaining the public's confidence. I believe it is through Dr. Green's faith that she has been able to rise above whatever chaos comes her way in the district. And I must say, through it all, I have never heard her publicly speak disparagingly or critically of others. I suspect she may sit somewhere and look to the Lord and just shake her head, and then she's ready to start another day. But with all this achievement, what I admire most is your passion and determination
to provide our most economically disadvantaged students with all the tools and resources necessary, regardless of their zip code, to succeed in school and in life. Because we both know that the most sustainable path out of poverty is through education. It is through your tireless efforts that the families we have served have broken the generational poverty cycle, and I am confident you will do the same for families in Duval County. May the Lord bless you and keep you as you serve his children in Duval. Thank you, Dr. Green. Will Melissa Parker please join me? And Dr. Green would join us.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Dr. Green. Thank you for having me. I'm Melissa Parker, Communications Specialist for the district. Mike Barber is on vacation. This is my first time on the podium, so thank you very much. In just 11 months, the school district's We Manatee videos have had approximately 75,000 views on Facebook and YouTube alone. Just today, NSPRA, a national organization recognizing school PR, announced that We Manatee has earned a 2018 Golden Achievement Award. We Manatee celebrates people in Manatee County who make a difference in public education. Tonight I'm here to introduce our 14th video about a woman who has left a lasting impression on this school district, and to thank Dr. Green for leading, inspiring, and standing together with the people of this community. Let's watch the video.
And that I will well and faithfully perform the duties of superintendent
of the Manatee County School District on which I am now about to enter.
of the Manatee County School District on which I am now about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
I'm Dr. Diana Green, Superintendent for the School District of Manatee County.
So when your child's name is called, come up front and take a picture. Come hoot and holler for them.
You are the most powerful and influential role model in your child's life. When I think back over my time as a student and my 32 years as an educator, I think the most important thing I have learned is that it takes a team of talented individuals to truly make a difference in the lives of our students. Teamwork and partnership are wise investments in our schools, our students, their families, and our community. We are the School District of Manatee County.
Dr. Green, for your new office, so you can remember the time that you have spent with the district and the children of Manatee County.
I think they want the board to move.
Ms. Saunders? Mr. Serrano?
Can I make my comments now? No. I just want to say how much I appreciate the community of Manatee County. I know how challenging it can be. As an African-American woman, there are only 4 of us in the state of Florida. Superintendents. And it took great courage for this board to step outside the norm and choose me as their superintendent. And so I will be eternally grateful to you all for choosing me. I know that every successful superintendent needs a very strong leadership and support group, and so I want to thank my husband who is there for everything that he has done. When Dr. Hope said she goes somewhere in a corner, generally James is there with me. And I want to thank Ms. Saunders and Mr. Serrano for your outstanding leadership in a very challenging and tough time. It is never easy to be the superintendent. You are the person that everyone looks to, especially when everything goes wrong. You are the last person who should leave this building to ensure that our children make it home and that they are safe. And that responsibility does not leave me not knowing how challenging this job is. But this community has opened their arms and they have supported me. They have given me feedback, whether I wanted it or not. They have encouraged me. They have given their critical eye. It really does not matter what role they play. The only thing that matters is that we are doing this for the students of the school district of Manatee County. And I can leave here at peace knowing that you are financially solvent. We just had an A rating for Fitch for our finances. We passed 2 referendums. The school district now is competitive with their surrounding districts. We are projected to be at 59%, which is 3.3% points from an A. So I know that this district is ready. They are ready for the next person. And I just pray that this community will embrace the school district. I know there was a time we let you down, but that time is gone and it is past, and it's time for the community to rally around this school district and encourage this board, rally around them, rally around the interim superintendent, so that she can be a strong bridge from my tenure to the next. This isn't about me. It's about that young man sitting back there. It's about this young man and all the 49,000 students we serve. And I just thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your servant leader. Thank you.
are now on reports and presentations. Internal audit report, Mr. Shin.
Wow, there's two huge acts to follow. So, first of all, Ms. Harvey and I go way back. Thank you, Chairman, board members, superintendent, and management team. I'm going to try to stick to script. We're here to summarize the comments that you heard 2 weeks ago by your ERP team, and this is the internal audit's comments. And so as of the 12th, and so some of it seems a little dated, but I want to give it a little bit of a 30,000-foot view and also make some comments about Dr. Green and her team. The user acceptance testing, the UAT, is continuing on forward, and they're working on all the interfaces and getting the reports lined up, getting ready to get people to sign off to go live. And as you know, some of the areas are already live. The training materials are continuing to get closure, and we're now past 2/3, about 65+% totally complete. There are some items that are being pushed to July for good reason, and the business process area is continuing to be improved and enhanced. The defect log as of 11 o'clock this morning was at 36 defects, and that has been reduced since 11 o'clock. There are plenty of people that have poured sweat and blood into this. There was a time when I stood here before you and your management team put forth the CRP endeavor. It took some fortitude, some courage, and a lot of discipline to reset and then take on campus solutions and to include MTC, to include the various departments, with great headwind about the financial costs and the commitment, and to slow it down and get it right. When Ms. Oxley was on our team, we would sit down and say, wow, that's pretty impressive. Most people don't have the courage to get it right. We thoroughly have been supportive to this endeavor, even though it's probably a little bit slower than some people would have liked early on. But I think the outcomes are going to show through. But we still have a little bit of, a lot of left in some of that transition. So I just want to give you some reflection on what myself and Gina have talked about recently, is that you're going to have some stressful periods during this transition. We have to have patience. We have to be good listeners. Some of the things that we had planned is, darn it, as good as we can plan for it. We might just have to take it back 5 yards and figure it out and reset it just a little bit through enhancements. We've already encouraged some of that in various areas. But as we get through the rest of this summer and we start to stand up for the students when they arrive in less than 2 months, so we have a lot to do. There's a lot of energy being poured into it right now. From all indications, independently, we're seeing that you're going to have to go live. With it, though, you're going to have some people that struggle with it. You're going to have to retool some people. You'll have to refresh some of the way we do things. And there might be times when they come before you and ask for us. We might be able to do it internally. We might have to outsource it for a short period of time until we can stand up a new team. But these are things that we are feeling from the outside, just to kind of prepare you, controlling your expectations, if you will. This hasn't come from management. This is coming from Byron and Gina and the team and Heidi inside Car Rigs Ingram. So we are feeling very confident of where we're at. It's still got a lot of business process documentation to do. There's going to be a whole lot of testing. We've sat down with your team and tried to lay out a work plan for us for July, August, and September. And then we'll be following up with your team. And we'll have 2 teams, assuming, I'm taking a big assumption here that we have a contract after July 1st. But we are planning on standing up 2 teams, one that'll be doing the regular and traditional internal audit, and then there'll be the testing coming in over the top of the controls that have been put in place, that they're really effectively doing what everybody thought they were going to be doing. And we hope to get back to you. The audit committee wants to talk to us in September, and you'll hear reports on that from the audit chairman. So that's kind of a quick summary, if you will, of our ERP thoughts. But I really wanted to say what I did. So many times, whether you're with a for-profit business or a nonprofit or government, it takes trust and courage. And she listened to her team. Now I want to shift to differentiation pay. Sorry, I got to get my thoughts back. Because I thought it took a lot of courage to do it, but it was the right thing to do. And so we'll all be better for it, and we'll be really proud of the end result. And I think you'll be a model for the state. I really do. We still got a lot of lift to do, though. We did, one of the last things we've done recently is to follow up on the differentiation pay that was part of the joint legislative audit committee. There was a second item, and there they wanted us to verify, the audit committee wanted us to go in and look to verify that you had met the requirements of the letter that you received back in January of 18, which talked about the board had not formally adopted policies and procedures establishing a documented process to identify instructional personnel entitled to differentiation pay. We went and tracked, and in fact, the board had adopted policies on June 27th. This probably the same meeting in 2017. It was the last meeting of June, where we put in all those policies. So we verified that, in fact, the policies were necessary. And then there was also, in April of 17, a memorandum of understanding with the MEA, which was signed, which was an agreement to implement in good faith a school improvement grant. And then we did test 3 of the schools' calculations with some sampling, and they were all accurate. So we believe you have stood up and maintained that you have placed in policies, you've put in place written procedures, and that we then tested those calculations, and they are accurate. So then we put together a memo for the audit committee, and that was forwarded to you, and that was dated June 21st. And do you have any questions at this time?
Members, any questions? Hearing none, thank you. We appreciate the work.
Appreciate it.
So now that we've pretty much cured all of those outstanding items, Mr. Shin? Because I know we reconciled the bank accounts.
Yes.
We have the policies in place, and you've validated that.
Yes.
And then we've also made a number of security improvements.
That's correct.
Great.
So
Thank you
we're
very
in
much.
total compliance, yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Dr. Grusso, Audit Committee update. Welcome.
Good evening. The Audit Committee met on June 13th. First of all, congratulations on your A rating. That's a spectacular accomplishment. As Mr. Shin said, a lot of our meeting was devoted to ERP, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. Some will be duplicative, but we'll try to speed that along. Since our meeting on June 13th, I've actually had 2 update conversations, including this morning, with the implementation team here. And I can honestly say to you, this team has made tremendous progress over the last several weeks. And it is a pleasure to be able to say to you tonight, things are looking much better than they were just a couple of months ago. And as Mr. Shin said, there's work to be done, but that's okay. They have really moved along, and it looks like, at least today, it looked like things are a go for next week. So we're all excited about that. Mr. Shin, as well as Mr. Serrano, spent a considerable amount of time going over where the program is. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of last-minute things that have to be taken care of. Things are imminent. And so we still designate the project as being in yellow status. There are critical areas that have to be addressed, and the team is focused on them every single day. And as happens anytime you do a project this big, as soon as you get to the next step, something inevitably is going to happen, and you're going to have to resolve that because you're trying to get this entire huge system to work together all at the same time. The team has worked diligently to overcome the training delays that we were very, very concerned about in April. There is still a little bit of training going on this week for Go Live, but they're getting everybody who needs to be ready for next week through that. There is training scheduled throughout the summer, and of course, when the school-based staff comes back for the start of school, there will be some additional training being done there. And what the team did share with us is that they have put in place several options for staff, because inevitably, as people come back and now have to start using it, there are going to be lots of questions and lots of support. And so they seem to have a good handle on what needs to be done in multiple ways to help school-based staff. As Mr. Shin did indicate, business process development is still behind, a lot further along than it was just 2 weeks ago, but it is still behind, and that is something that the internal auditor will continue to monitor because that needs to be done as soon as possible. There is extensive testing that has been done. We are aware of the fact that just time limits did not allow the team to do all that they had planned, but they have done an extensive amount of it. They did do some training was postponed also into the summer because it wouldn't impact Go Live, but it just made better use of their time. And payroll, of course, is the big one. And so they have done additional testing of payroll. Just today they were doing some. And as we all know, this is going to be a concern until July 25th when they actually run that first payroll with the system. And we'll know, you'll know, the staff will verify it immediately. And once that happens, the internal auditor will begin to do their testing and their internal audit on the payroll system. We are aware that there are security concerns. They have been identified, and they are also being taken care of by the IT department in preparation for next week. We will say this again, it's like a broken record. There are very few resources, we would say, considering the size of this project. They are spread thin, they've lost some staff, which means the people who are here have had to do double duty. Every time I pass this building on a weekend and there's all these cars sitting out here, you're wondering how many people and how many hours. There are some positions we understand that have been approved and posted, and we hope those are a priority for filling. Your team is working long hours. Mr. Serrano did tell us that people are on call. They've canceled some vacations. They've got people standing by. So if something should not work the way it should, they can get those experts right here and get that taken care of. The internal auditor is continuing to monitor all the way through the Go Live period. They are, as we've said, the team has been identifying what they're terming defects. I'm not sure I like that word, but they're things that have to be fixed imminently. They're identifying them, they're fixing them, they're moving on to the next step. There is a lot of manual input. They have keep reminding me has to be done. They've started a lot of it a little bit sooner than we expected, so they're a little bit ahead on that. But there's a lot of manual things that don't convert easily from JDE to PeopleSoft. They're going to be working on that for the next couple of weeks. And as they do that, they'll be running testing. And as Mr. Shin said, they're going to encounter some problems. We have every confidence that they'll be able to work those through. There is some additional configuration they will have to be doing after Go Live, just some things they don't need right away. They can put those off until later on. And we have been told that there is sufficient funding within the contract to get them through the last time when cyber is supposed to be here through August. The internal audit of the ERP will be done throughout next school year. We have a schedule that we have shared with the management here of things that are planned and when they'll come online. Initially, it'll be payroll, and that will happen after July 25th. So they'll be going back through to make sure all the calculations are done, everything is converted exactly the way it should be. And then in late September, early October, there's going to be a comprehensive analysis done of transportation, specifically looking at all the components that feed into that payroll system, because there's some substantial changes taking place there. One of the things we will be looking for is that over the years, there have been audit findings in areas taken care of by ERP, and we've heard repeatedly, once the system's in place, we won't have that anymore. So all of those audit findings are going to be reviewed, and we will make sure and report back to you that, in fact, they have all been addressed and taken care of, because they won't be doing all that manual stuff anymore. And there will be additional, once the payroll piece is done, then there will be some additional audits, and we'll be actually going through the entire system across the school year to make sure that everything is working the way it should be. So we'll stay on top of it. The internal auditor will continue to monitor, and we will continue to get updates to make sure things are moving along the way they should. We also had at our meeting a presentation from Mr. Oxley for the IT and all of the work that's been done there. He was having a good time, I think. It was very thorough, very detailed, and he really got into a lot of it, and you could tell that he was very proud of the work that has been done. And as you know, because there's so much of it is confidential information, the person on our team who was actually monitoring this was also expressing how well they have moved along over the last couple of months since he has joined the district. He has shared with us that there are several administrative procedures which had to be developed and put in place after you approved all of the IT boards, and that has been done. He's actually identified 90,000 networked devices, all of which have to meet the security requirements that they're putting in place in order to be used within the district. They have purchased some software, and we heard a lot about the vulnerability scanner that they're using to make sure that everything on all of the machines is working the way it is supposed to. Password requirements have been improved. There's been some procedures implemented for data control and data encryption, and he has emphasized with us that there is particular attention being placed on safeguarding personal data, things like social security numbers, children's identity, making sure they're in compliance with all the laws like FERPA, making sure that all of that information is safeguarded so nothing gets through the system that shouldn't. He's also shared with us some cybersecurity education programs that are being put in place for hot button issues, things like phishing and malware, to make sure everyone in the district is fully aware of how to handle those situations. And he has reported to us of all the numerous audit findings. At one point, we had a list of about 80. At some point, when you start breaking those down into pieces and parts, they were up to over 180. And so he has said to us, of the original audit findings, there are only 19 that remain to be addressed. So they've really been making some significant progress here. The internal auditor has looked at some of their work. They especially have gone in and done a second round of password testing because we wanted to make sure that those were up and strong and working properly. And because of ERP, and that team has also had to focus on getting the security procedures in place for ERP, there will be additional IT testing done after the ERP implementation. So you'll be hearing more about the IT area and the addressing of all of the various audit findings. On a couple of other topics, there were 9 audit findings from the Auditor General's operational audit in 2015, 2016. We had gotten a binder on those and were given periodic updates on them being addressed. And we just asked Mr. Serrano one last time, and he has confirmed for us all 9 of them have been addressed. And so those audit findings are done and taken care of. Those are things like the bank recs and the salary schedules that Mr. Shin just reported to you. And in response to your question, yes, the 3 responses that were in the JLAC letter that we had asked the internal auditor to review have been reviewed. They have all been confirmed as having been addressed. And so that has been completed. Quickly, last board meeting, I was sitting here and a question was asked about payroll. And as soon as you say that word, all of us on the audit committee, our attention is here because we've done an audit. There was an audit last year on payroll at the request of the district. We just reported to you tonight about one from the Auditor General. And so I perked up and listened. And then an audience member also came to public comments and made a comment about it. And so the next day we were meeting and Mr. Serrano gave us an update on exactly what this question was all about. It had to do with 10-month employees who opt to have their paychecks spread out over the year so they get 24 paychecks, which means at the end of the school year they are handed 4 documents not one paycheck, but they're 4 documents to cover the summer. This is pretty typical practice in every school district around the country. And whenever that happens, there is confusion. And so the issue that was being tossed around was, in fact, the simple annual not quite understanding the documents from payroll. And so Mr. Serrano, as I said, gave us a very concise, very clear explanation of that. There is nothing here. There's no problem. We want to make sure we don't start a rumor that there is. I just wanted to thank him for that and just let you know that we have asked those questions. Excuse me. One of the other things that happened in this legislative session is there was an amendment to Florida Statute 1001.42, has to do with internal auditing. And in that amendment, beginning in July 1, 2019, school districts that receive over $500 million in funds are required to, the word was, employ an internal auditor. We have reviewed the legislation at our committee, and we think with all of the requirements they have put into this legislation that of what this internal auditor has to do, between the current audits we have scheduled plus the audit plan that you have seen that lays out the 5-year plan, all of those things are covered. So the district is in compliance, we believe, with that legislation. We do have a question, and it has to do with the word employ. We do not believe that someone has to actually physically work for the district, that it can be a contracted position, but we would just ask that we get something in writing that confirms for this district that it is acceptable to continue to contract, or perhaps do both, whatever flexibility you would choose, but that it doesn't mean strictly you have to actually hire somebody on staff for that. Given the work that's required, that wouldn't make sense to me that you would have someone on staff who would do all of that, but we just want to make sure that we can say to you safely that you are in compliance on that particular issue. You're stuck with me for another year. I have been elected chair for 1 more year. Ms. Vedder will be the vice chair for 1 more year. And our next audit committee meeting is September 6th at 2:00 in the afternoon. And just 2 other notes, if you'll indulge me. First of all, at the last meeting, I did recommend to you or share with you that the audit committee has recommended unanimously that you approve the contract for CRI. That is on your agenda later this meeting. Just wanted to remind you of that. And also for Dr. Green, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for all the wonderful things you have done for this school district, and I wish you well in your next place. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Mr. Kennedy.
Sorry. The employee question in the statute, have any other districts, I would assume all 67 of us are probably dealing with the same issue, and there's kind of no guidance out there yet. I'm just curious how that came to be.
We don't know. We've been told, Mr. Shin had actually talked to a group who says they believe that the contracting is allowed. I haven't seen anything about it. It just happened to come in our committee meeting because Dr. Hopes had shared the legislation with us. And so at this last meeting, we thought it best for us to check it out and make sure.
And like I said, get something in
There are
writing.
6 districts, 6 counties in Florida that are over 500 million right now that do not have an internal audit function. Sarasota County is one of those. I have spoke directly to the audit committee, or the State Board of Accountancy, and they didn't believe that it met those requirements. I talked to the FICPA, who was involved in the drafting of that. They didn't believe it. And then I talked to one of the members of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee as recently as today, and he did not believe that it met the standard of having to hire someone. However, to get it in writing, we should go to and it came out of the House bill, and it was an amendment, and it also talked about salaries and holding salaries of board members when you get into financial constraint. It also talked about leveling the salaries of school board with starting pay for faculty. So you have, this is a big bill, and this is one piece of it. So we're going to the representative who sponsored the bill for the intent.
Gotcha.
We'll get it in writing for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you for agreeing to serve another year. The only note that I would like to make, given we are also moving into this additional committee of experts that provides service to us, is while I was not here when the audit committee was originally formed, I believe this is a perfect example of how you never know how you will be able to utilize the expertise of these citizens committees until problems come up, i.e. the ERP project. And I would tell you that if we did not have the resources of the audit committee and that level of expertise to perform the many functions that they have, our project bill would be much higher than it is, and we would not have, I do not believe we would have seen the success that we had in identifying problems, proposing solutions, working with the administration to get those solutions approved and implemented. So as we move forward to work through utilizing the experts that we have put on the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, I would ask you to just give thought to how valuable the audit committee has been outside of where they were originally, chartered. And that's the role of putting together stakeholders that can help us do our job and provide us with insight that we may not have readily available to us because of their expertise. So thank you all. And do we still have one more member you need?
We have one more member. We have a team, you and a member of our
Right.
committee to
And we
conduct
need
those
to
interviews.
conduct that interview. So let's try to get that done so we can get that appointment made at our next board
I'll
meeting.
Contact Ms. Boyce about that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are now at the point in our agenda where Vice Chair Messenger for public comment.
Okay, I will read our typical spiel. Public comment is not an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the school board or public. Also, public comment is not a forum to attack individual school system employees or board members. Any such complaints should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Finally, this is not a forum for addressing issues involving individual students. Because of privacy concerns, such issues should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. This is a business meeting of the school board, and the public expects that we conduct it in an orderly, efficient, effective, and dignified manner. We request that the speakers keep this in mind when making your comments. We also request that the audience keep that in mind and not demonstrate approval or disapproval of what a speaker has said by a clapping or booing. The board appreciates the public's input and will listen attentively, consider each comment, and usually will not respond, enter into debate, or answer questions during comments on agenda items or during the public comment section. And with that, Heather Wallace, you are first, and after Heather Wallace will be Gretchen Fowler.
I think Heather's going to speak at the next meeting. I don't see her.
I saw her earlier.
Yeah, she's going to defer to the next meeting.
Okay. Gretchen, come on down, and then Ms. Scheich.
Hello, thank you for hearing me. I was going to speak earlier, but it just got a little overwhelming at that point, and I was afraid that my comments would not be heard. My name is Gretchen Fowler, and I am the current Parish Civic Association president. Been a member of the board since 2010. I have children that attended parish schools, and I am here to speak on behalf of the new business listing later on about renaming the North River High School to Parish, some derivative of Parish High School. I had spoken last time in favor of Parish Elementary School, and Barbara A. Harvey is a wonderful person and well-deserving, and was voted in to have the Parish Elementary School named after her. So we are asking as a community that you consider naming the high school after Parish. And just a couple things that I will mention. You know, our only school in Parrish right now is Williams Elementary. The rest of the school children that are from Parrish, out of the 20,000 plus people that are residents of Parrish, are going to schools in Palmetto and at Palmetto High School, and in Buffalo Creek and Mills Elementary are all considered Palmetto. So we are just asking that somebody listen and hear us when we want to carry on our heritage, our name, do something in Parrish that labels us as Parrish. We are working very hard as we grow leaps and bounds. And we had, the petition was started by a Parrish resident, and we have now over 1,000 signatures, hand signatures, and also change.org signatures that are on file, and we will get more if we need to. But I've been asked to come and speak and ask for you to consider going back and not using a generic name and actually naming the school that is about to be built in Central Parrish, right in the heart of Parrish, after Parrish. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shake, and then after Ms. Shake will be Alvernis Pompey.
At the last board meeting, there was a lot of misinformation put out during public comments on the district finances that I would like to clarify. The speaker presented himself as an authority by virtue of his serving on the school board in the past. He maintained that capital expenditures were primarily sales tax monies and that these were being audited by the audit committee. Now, I have complete confidence that the audit committee will do an excellent job of monitoring the sales tax monies. But the sales tax monies are only 33% of the capital fund income. The other 66% comes from the local capital improvement tax and impact fees. And these are not overseen by any committee. And this is a department that's consistently going over budget on their projects. The statement was made that the prior committees burdened the staff with information requests. My experience on the sales tax committee was that we were unable to even get information requests on the agenda as the board chair prevented it. A lot of the information that we got was actually inaccurate or incomplete. As an example, we had asked for a listing of all of the projects that were built with sales tax monies, and we were given a report with, you know, the cost of all these things. The only problem is I had kept a report from the prior year. All the numbers were different. And why this is outstanding is because all those jobs have been closed for a couple of years. So it became obvious that these reports were being constructed to say what the district wanted to present rather than what actually happened. Also, we'd get reports, I drop them into a spreadsheet. They didn't balance. So the lesson to be learned is that everything will need to be verified. And right after we brought this out, this last meeting where all the information was incorrect, that's when the board shut down the committee. That was 4 years before the sales tax expired. So there was basically about $120 million that was never audited.
Thank you. Alvernis Pompey. Okay, Mr. Hoover, you're next. And after.
Actually, I signed up to speak on number 8 under new business.
Okay, I can put you there. David Ballard. And after David Ballard is Becky Canese.
Good evening, board, chair. My name is David Ballard. I'm a local attorney. I'm also the legislative aide to Senator Tom Lee. But today I'm here in a completely personal, to advise you personally as a resident of Manatee County. One of the roles that I fulfilled was in regards to the CRC. For those of you that don't know the CRC, it is when there's a group of people that come together to look at the Florida Constitution. An amendment that I worked on, Amendment 13, has now been challenged in court for a misleading ballot question. This got me thinking, well, what about our referendum? Let's take a look at it to make sure that we aren't subjecting that referendum, which you all worked so hard to put forward in front of the taxpayers of this, as in front of the voters, to make sure that you don't put that at jeopardy by misleading those that voted on it. So if we take a look at it, the last 6 words say an independent committee of citizens. So what's independent? It means separate. It means without oversight. If we look at the Oxford Dictionary, we get a pretty good idea that it means exactly free from outside control, not subject to another's authority. Under those words, to promise a citizens committee, which is not free from external pressure, which isn't free to review certain aspects of the finances of this county, it may in fact put the entire referendum at jeopardy. And you all worked far too hard for that. So I'm here today to encourage you all to enable the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to take a look at anything that they can. That's broad, I know that. And I'm way out here, and I hope that you bring it into the middle a little bit. I understand that, but just wanted to give my own kind of personal view on that from something that I'm seeing play out right now. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Chairman Hopes, Superintendent Green, thank you for the opportunity to share the annual report with you tonight for 2017, the results of Just for Girls in our student achievement and behavioral improvements. You'll see improved attendance, decreased absenteeism, and the greatest year we ever had, we just finished. And we couldn't do it without your help. And I'm so pleased to be working with you to help lift these students out of poverty in a future that's ahead for them. A great role model that we have in Dr. Green to give us that visualization that they can see. They can be what they can see, and now they can see that kind of success and leadership right here in Manatee County. These are Manatee County district students at one time, and the fluctuation of enrollment determines this from time to time, but at one time our student body was the poorest in Manatee County. These are students that were failing to thrive in a traditional school setting. So some 25 years ago, the school district invited us to start an alternative education program for middle school age girls. And then 5 years ago, we were asked to start an elementary through some of the school leadership. So we have done that, and we have seen the need, and now we've seen the results. And you can see them too in the annual report, and I won't go into that detail tonight because of a time limit on your meeting. What I did want to ask you to consider tonight is the impact of the referendum if Just for Girls teachers are not included in the distribution of those funds. In looking at the way the referendum is worded, I see nothing there that excludes Just for Girls. We are a Florida Department of Education designee as a district-operated school of choice. We've come a long way with the district over all these years. We're in our 50th year this year, and more than 25 years working with the district to bring these students into a future with greater potential. These are at-risk youth. It's a Title I school, and they have been a forefront in the dropout prevention programs that you offer. This is a priority for these students, and we want an opportunity for an equal opportunity for the girls that we serve. We have a great team of teachers. We have no intention and never have had to compete with the district for staff. The referendum was advertised that we would compete with other districts. We want to work with you and continue to work with you for the good of these students that we are sending back to you that are better equipped to graduate with honors now as a result of some of the findings you'll see in the annual report. And as Chairman Hopes had said, the most sustainable path out of poverty is through education. So I'd appreciate your support of our request to be considered for the millage funding for our teachers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
All right, we'll close the regular meeting and open the public hearing for consideration of adopting an amendment to Policy 5120, student assignment, based on the recommendations of Subcommittee C due to the opening of Dr. Mona Jane Middle School. Dr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of an amendment to policy 5120, student assignment, based on the recommendation of Subcommittee C due to the opening of Dr. Mona Jane Middle School.
Second?
All right, do we have public comment?
Well, it is a public hearing, so it's open to anyone that would like to come up and speak. They have 3 minutes. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the? Come on up. Just please make sure you say your name for Mrs. Boyes in the microphone.
Hi, my name is Vicki Hummel.
Spell it
Vicki, V-I-C-K-I, Hummel, H-O-M-M-E-L. And I was reviewing the 3 committees, and upon review of the committee, I was concerned about Hale having the most overpopulated school, second to Nolan, and it looks like their growth rate is actually the highest of both schools. And when you're looking at the numbers that were part of the committees, a lot of it took students from Braden River and not from Hale and Nolan, which they're already overpopulated. Let me see. Committee A, after the school's built, after Jane is built, there'd only be 41 open spots in Hale. So with that percentage of growth as being 6 to 7%, the estimated of 5 to 10 years doesn't sound like a realistic thing. B opens up 31 or 36 spots in Hale, and C only opens 18 spots. So it looks like Braden River, Committee C opened 93 spots, and they were actually only overpopulated by 44. So it's not pulling, a lot of the committees aren't pulling from the proper schools, especially since the growth rate of those 2 schools is higher. Also, I noticed in the committees is Committee A left 171 spots open for Jane, where the other 2 committees left 316 and 338 spots. And I was just wondering, because that's a big difference, about 100 students. And I was just wondering if they could be pulling more students from Hale and Nolan to even that out. So that's what I just wanted to bring to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to come and speak on the zoning? Okay, well then that concludes our public comment.
Dr. Green?
I'm going to ask Mr. Don Hall to come forward. Don Hall, Don Sauer. Gee.
Don's back?
Oh, I was like, Don, you've changed. I don't know, just spending emotional evenings. We've been reminiscing.
You got the floor.
Sorry, I apologize, Don.
Yes, ma'am. The committees have come through, and and looked at it, and I believe Transportation has come forward and spoken at the last meeting and talked about Jane and the transportation issues that the different plans would offer, and they too backed Committee C for the board's approval. So any questions that you guys have of me?
Did everyone have the opportunity to review the charts, the maps? Any questions? I know they're probably over there in the corner in case anyone has any.
I go along with the staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
I don't have any problem, as Mr. Minor said, I go along with the superintendent staff recommendation. I do still have kind of that outstanding question, not about these schools and districts, but the Buffalo Creek question of, unless I'm missing something, we're going to have about 2,000 kids zoned to that school. No? Okay, I figured I was. That's why I wanted to ask. Okay.
Dr. Green?
I answered him. I'm sorry, no, there will not be 2,000 students at Buffalo Creek. Buffalo Creek will be fine for next year. It is sometime next year, once you need to do the attendance zone for now Barbara A. Harvey Elementary before you can address Buffalo Creek. But Buffalo Creek is they will be within their numbers based on what we're seeing today.
Oh, okay.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Okay, hearing none, we will close the public hearing. And we will reconvene our regular meeting. Members, we are now on item number 2, which is the approval of adopting an amendment to Policy 5120, Student Assignment, based on the recommendations of Subcommittee C, due to the opening of Dr. Mona Jane Middle School. Dr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the amendment to Policy 5120, Student Assignment, based on the recommendation from Committee C, due to the opening of Dr. Mona Jane Middle School.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, having been moved by Mr. Minor, seconded by, did I do something?
No, sir.
Having been moved by Mr. Minor and seconded by Mr. Colon, members, we are now on debate for approval, adopting an amendment to Policy 5120, Student Assignment, based on the recommendation of Subcommittee C due to the opening of Dr. Mona Jane Middle School. Mr. Minor, it's your motion. Would you like to make comments?
I can't. I'll just say, all of the plans reflect a great deal of work on the part of the committees. They all deserve our thanks, and there aren't any perfect plans, and any plan that we adopted, would not be right in the eyes of some and great in others, but I think that this one is the carrying the recommendations of the superintendent and staff is overall the better of the 3 program recommendations.
Mr. Colon?
I'm good with the staff
Any other debate,
recommendation.
comments?
I go along with Mr. Minor.
Okay, hearing none, members, we are on the approval of adopting an amendment to Policy 5120, Student Assignment, based on the recommendations of Subcommittee C, due to the opening of Dr. Mona Jane Middle School. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Mr. Kennedy, there we go. Show the motion adopted. We now have an attendance zone for Dr. Mona Jane Middle School. The other 2 items we took. Members, we are finally on approval of the minutes. Dr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the minutes from the June 12, 2018 workshop and regular meeting.
So moved.
I'll second.
Having been moved and seconded, members, we are on approval of the minutes from the June 12th workshop and the June 12th regular meeting. Is there any debate or modifications? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Show none. Dr. Green, we are on the consent items.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the consent agenda for June 26, 2018.
So moved.
Second.
I've been moved by Mr. Kennedy, seconded by Mr. Minor. Is there any comment?
Can I ask a quick question? How far does this consent agenda go? Does it go all the way through human resources?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It goes through miscellaneous consent.
Yeah, I see. That's why it's rather large.
So on page
It's
4.
the job descriptions that I was, looking at, that's all.
Okay,
But
members,
it's
any
consent
debate?
agenda, so I'm not gonna,
Debate, comments? Hearing none, members, we're on approval of the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Showing none, show the consent agenda adopted. We are now on new business non-consent items. Number 1, approval of internal audit services for Carr, Riggs, and Ingram LLC in the amount to not exceed $349,000. This agreement was approved by our audit committee. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
We need a recommendation, don't we?
I just recommended it.
Second.
I'm sorry, what?
I recommend the approval. It was recommended by the audit committee.
Okay.
It's been moved and
Second.
seconded. Is there any debate? We are on the approval of the internal audit services, Carr, Riggs, and Ingram LLC for the amount not to exceed $349,000 as approved by the audit committee.
Don't we need a recommendation from our superintendent as well?
No, it says right here, Chair. I'm sorry, I'm just following the agenda.
Yeah, this is internal audit, so
This is internal audit. The board hires the
Okay,
internal auditor, so.
Thank you, thank you, I appreciate it.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
So
Sorry.
it's already been moved and seconded, I guess.
Yes, we're on debate.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, hearing no debate. Members, all in favor?
Aye. Let's see.
All right. Any opposed? Showing none. Show the motion adopted. Dr. Green, on approval of new pay rate for substitute teachers and paraprofessionals, item number 2.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the new pay rate for substitute teachers and paraprofessionals.
So moved.
Second.
Having been moved by Mr. Minor, seconded by Mr. Kennedy, members were on the approval.
I think Mr. Kennedy pushed his button.
As a former sub, I wanted to move that.
Okay, so I'm,
Yeah, he was quick on the trigger.
I was giving you credit because I need a hearing aid in my left ear, but
Okay,
I
so
gave
I'm
it to you,
set.
Mr. Minor. So everybody's okay the way it's, okay, Mr. Kennedy moved, Mr. Minor seconded. Members, we are on the approval of the new pay rate for substitute teachers and paraprofessionals. Is there any debate? Seeing none, members, we're on the approval of the new pay rate for substitute teachers and paraprofessionals. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Showing none, show the motion adopted. Dr. Green, number 3, approval of the revised 2018-2019 academic calendar.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the revised 2018-19 academic calendar.
so moved.
Second.
Having been moved by Mr. Minor and seconded by Mr. Kennedy, members, we are on the approval of the revised 2018-2019 academic calendar. Is there any debate?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kennedy.
During agenda review, the superintendent has explained it to each of us. I would just ask if she could just restate the reasons for public, because we know, but I don't think the public does.
Right, Dr. Green?
The purpose of the revision is the state has changed the testing calendar for all districts. Based on the change in law, all testing must be done in the month of May. And we currently have on our calendar an early release day in May. And because of the magnitude of what we are required to do for state testing, FSA testing in that month, we needed every day to be a full day. Therefore, we're requesting to revise, to remove that half day.
Right, and I think that half day was moved on to another half day to make a full day earlier in the year.
I think we, I think we just removed the half day. I don't think
We just made it a full day.
And we
Okay.
made it a full day, yes.
All right. Any further debate, questions? Hearing none, members, all in favor of the approval of the revised 2018-2019 academic calendar? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Showing none, show the motion adopted. Number 4, approval to apply for the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund for Aviation Workforce Training Project in the amount of $4,500,000. Dr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I recommend the approval to apply for the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund for the Aviation Workforce Training Project in the amount of $4,500,000.
So moved.
Second?
And then moved and seconded. Mr. Ragnar, would you like to come up and make some comments? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Hopes, members of the board, Superintendent Green. So if you remember, we had Governor Scott come down in January to award us our $201 $500,000 grant for the advanced manufacturing at MTC. And while he was there, he offered to consider us for further funding opportunities. So this grant for $4.5 million would be for MTC to expand into the aviation, airframe, and power plant mechanics area. So we're asking for the money. It would cover a hangar, it would cover equipment, and it would cover the teachers for 3 years to get us started. So it's in partnership with the Sarasota Airport, and they're offering to give us a parcel of land so we could build the hangar if we're successful, and they're offering to give us a classroom space also. So currently, there's about 1,300 job openings in this area in the state of Florida. There's 7 public school systems, public technical colleges that offer this program. And the closest private one is in Clearwater. So Sarasota does not have anything like this. It would be serving both areas, of course, since we're right at the Sarasota Airport. It's about a 2-year program. If you do both programs, it's 2,300 hours. We offer 1,200 hours a year at MTC, so it would take a student 2 years to get through the whole program. They could exit if they just wanted to finish one of the 2 programs in 1,350 hours. So students would not necessarily have to go through both of them, but they could go through one. They share a common core, so that's why you could do them both in a shorter amount of time. We're asking you tonight just to approve the grant application. So we're not asking to accept and expend. That's something we would bring back because there's still a lot of details that have to be worked out with the airport for this to go forward if we do get a favorable response from Tallahassee. So that's
members, any questions for Mr. Wagner?
Go ahead, Mr. Minor. I'll wait.
Okay, I just think this is a great, I'm glad we're doing this. This is a great thing. I mentioned at some place that I think it's a great opportunity to provide high-paying jobs, for people in this Sarasota, Manatee area. It's along the line of Tennecock, I guess, high school up in Polk County, on western Polk County, and somewhere they came up with a FedEx, plane that they work on, and they, in conjunction with the I think the Lakeland, airport, and it's been a very successful program. And not to take away from MTC, but working possibly with Bayshore High School as an opportunity for high school kids to be involved with this, I think will do a great many things for our school district. So thank you for being on top of this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point. And it would be open for high school students to dual enroll in.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Cologne?
Yeah, Doug, thanks for bringing this program forth. I think I'm the only one here. My father was actually an aircraft mechanic for Eastern Airlines, worked there for 39 years. He had both his A&P license, which is, for those of you who don't know, aircraft and power. They're 2 different licenses.
Airframe and power.
Airframe and power, aircraft and power, whatever. In addition to being a pilot, he had the opportunity to travel all over the world doing work from Canada to West Indies to Europe. So these are great jobs. They come with aviation benefits at all the airlines. My parents have been all over the world, traveling at a highly discounted rate because, you know, my father was an airline employee. So I think this is a really commendable. How many students will you be able to start?
Yep, so we're
in
going to
this
start
program?
with about 20 students. We put in the grant application, 18 for each program starting. We would start in August of 19, so it'll take us about a year, and that's just to get it started. There's still a lot of hoops you have to jump through with the FFA, but we do think we could start in a year if funded, or a year after we're notified of being funded.
If I can be of any assistance, please,
Absolutely.
don't hesitate to call me. I appreciate it.
And then we'd start every 6 months another class, so it'd be continuously running.
Okay. So what I'd like to say is that, as many of you know, when the governor visited MTC, his response was, "And you only applied for $200,000? I mean, I've got like millions." And so Mr. Wagner and I, you know, took a look, and I said, "No, you need to ask for more. No, you need to ask for more." And so he basically landed on this program, which we have a tremendous shortage in Florida, and these are very high-paying jobs, and these students will come out with both an FAA certificate in power plant and in airframe if they complete the full category. So as John knows, I have an airline pilot license. And
jet
I can
pilot
tell
license.
With two jet type ratings. And I will tell you that the entire aerospace and aviation industry in Florida is really growing rapidly, and it's growing in a privatized way with the privatization of Cape Canaveral, some of their resources. And so, you know, we really owe a lot of thanks to our friends on the Aviation Authority, which are made up of both members from Sarasota County and Manatee County, and also Mr. Ron Ciravella at Dolphin, because we had to secure access to a hangar in order to apply to the FAA, and obviously we can't build the hangar until, you know, it won't be built. So a lot of members of the community came together, and we will be the newest and probably the first in a number of years in the state of Florida to enter into this program. So I ask for your support. If there's any other debate or comment, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, we appreciate it. And you know, it is such a high-cost program. For us to save up $4.5 million,
This is about the only way to do it.
This is the only way to do it, with $2 million just for equipment, just for specialized equipment to get this off the ground. So we appreciate your support.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, members, we are on the approval to apply for the Florida Job Growth Grant Fund for Aviation Workforce Training Project in the amount of $4,500,000.
So moved.
All in favor?
It's already been moved in second.
That's right, I forgot, you're right.
All right, members, all in favor, yes? Yes. Any opposed? Showing none, show the motion adopted. We are now on number 5, approval of the Parish Charter Academy contract for the 2019-2024 school years. Dr. Green.
Mr. Chair, I recommend approval of the Parish Charter Academy contract commencing July 1st, 2019 and ending on June 30th, 2024.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy has moved and Mr. Colon has seconded. Members, we are now on the approval of the Parish Charter Academy contract for the 2019-24 school years. Is there any debate? Mr. Kennedy.
Again, for kind of public knowledge and my own memory, I would ask, could Mr. Tuttlebom address just the process?
Sure.
Briefly, because
the synopsis, and then I will go to him, is that the board denied it. It went to the Board of Education. Mr. Colon and Mr. Teitelbaum and I flew up and pleaded with the Department of Education to send it back to us because it was an updated application. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Teitelbaum.
Okay. That's a start. Yeah. As Dr. Green would say to me, Mr. Teitelbaum, get to the point. So I will get to the point. It was a long process. We had multiple applications from Parish Charter Academy. The district deemed the applications deficient. We ultimately denied an application. It went to the Charter Review Commission, and Ms. Saunders was there, as well as Dr. Bastilla. And during that time period of argument, the commission allowed Parish Charter Academy to explain their application. It was an appeal, and he introduced new evidence. That was significant. We went to the state board together. I made the legal arguments, procedural arguments. Ultimately, the end result was Parish Charter Academy was very gracious to say, hey, we will do a planning year. We will fix the application. We will address each and every one of your concerns, which they have in this particular contract. And by agreeing to make the changes to the contract and during the planning year, ultimately it was a reset of the clock, as if they had just applied for that particular year, but without the process. It was a very good result for Parish Charter Academy, which will have a chance to adjust their curriculum, which was experiential learning, to get to the Florida standards, to get everything in place as well. Complete cooperation from their attorney, Melissa Gross-Arnold, at all times. And again, a good relationship.
Thank you. Any other questions, debate? All right, hearing none, members, we are on the approval of the Parish Charter Academy contract for the 2019-24 school years. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Showing none, show the motion passes. Number 6, discussion of renaming the North River High School. Who would like to begin the discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I asked it be placed on the agenda, for action to rename what presently we're calling North River High School, as to rename it as Parish High School. I don't think, soon after we came up with saying, well, we're going to call it North River High School, I started getting phone calls about, can't we do something to really have it associated with, the area of Parish? And I think it was at our last meeting we heard a lot of other additional good reasons for calling it Parish High School. And I'm convinced that would be a better name, for the high school. And we had a representative, here again to talk about that. At the same time that I asked Dr. Green to place it on the agenda, I, sent an email to find out what costs would be involved with changing the name from North River to Parish High School. I'd like to find out, for this discussion, what costs. I couldn't think of any cost off the top of my head. It's a shorter name in a sense, and maybe that would save on paint or something. But I really didn't know. Had we invested in football uniforms and a lot of signage? And I did not know, but that's a request I submitted to the administration. I haven't heard that there's any, real cost associated with having this, change from North River High School to Parish High School. There may be some, but it's certainly not significant enough to at least communicate, to me. If there is some, I'd like to hear about it tonight. But otherwise, I'd like us to go ahead and proceed with renaming that high school, Parish High School, tonight, if we could.
Since we're on discussion at this time, is there any other comments? Dr. Green?
I'm sorry, Mr. Minor, I do not remember getting an email about that. Did you want to know what costs?
Yeah.
Currently, it's minimal because we're not to the point where like logos and everything is being put on the school. However, ordering uniforms, basketball, football, that's going to happen in the next few weeks. And so we do need to solidify what is the name of the high school. This doesn't have to do with cost, but there is a concern that we would have two high schools that have the same initials, PHS, Palmetto High School. Most of our documents, when we get information from the state, most of it is in initials. We're not given the long names. So if you choose Parish, you need to add something to it. I'm just stating because it would be very challenging for the district to constantly have to look at the school number to figure out which PHS is being discussed or information.
I think Mr. Kennedy,
Mr. Reiner.
Brought up
for response.
that issue when we first talked about this, about having two high schools with PHS, but to me, that isn't a compelling reason for not, honoring the heritage of that area. And I think it would be an oversight not to recognize that this is parish area. This is a high school, for the parish area, and that we should go ahead and, honor it as such.
So, to throw another issue out there, and I don't know the answer to this one either, but we named the new high school North River High School almost a year ago. And then the question I have, while the district may not have made any expenditures or commitments, one concern I would have are there businesses or there developments that have built marketing plans around the North River High School. And I don't know if we know the answer to that, but I mean, when a year goes by and everybody is looking at North River High School as the name of the high school, I guess we should know whether we have any unintended consequences of changing the name. I agree that we probably need to build something into it. I understand the recognition of the heritage of Parrish. I also understand the superintendent's point, because we did talk about having two PHSs. I would just want to make sure that, given the amount of time that has lapsed since we have branded the new high school North River High School, are there any other unintended consequences that may have incurred by people developing, businesses, business plans, logos, charts, maps, development plans? And I just don't know the answer to that. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. Mr. Minor, I want to be clear. When we were talking about the acronym issue, I sided with you. I didn't think it was that big a deal. And actually, Parrish was when we ranked our top three, I had North River first, I had Parrish second. So to Mr. Hope's point, this was a year ago. We went through the process. I'm afraid second guessing ourselves and the process opens it up to, there'll be 3 more of these at the next board meeting. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but you get my point.
Right.
Also, way back when, a year and a half ago, Parrish was actually my first choice. And what kind of tipped me was that, yes, as Mrs. Fowler said, this school is right in the middle of Parrish, but it's serving this larger North River region and not just students of Parrish. I'm half kidding when I say this, that maybe we can call them the North River parishioners as the fighting parishioners or something.
Or the Parrish football stadium.
Yeah, there are other ways to recognize the heritage of Parrish, I think. And given the rate of development approval in Parrish, just wait a couple of years and we'll be building another one very close by, and we can take another shot at that. But that's
And we did just approve a contract for the Parrish Charter Academy.
Sure. Another good point.
Ms. Messenger for a comment. The Parrish resident.
Excuse me.
So Palmetto was named Palmetto, and it served Parrish, Duet, Ellington. So to me,
I see where you're going.
see where I'm going with that? All right. So to me, I don't see that as an argument, not to put Parrish in the title. I do understand the argument of, we did this a year ago. And I threw it out there to Gretchen, here's the document. Let's name some buildings. Name a building after somebody in Parrish, and I think that they're still working on that. They're in favor of doing that. And that was the angle that I tried to go at. But I was hoping, maybe this elementary school, we could put Parrish. And that's just not, Barbara Harvey is incredibly deserving, as we said. So I really am asking that, we really consider this. I understand, hey, We might get this more down the line. Maybe we won't. Maybe we can come up with some kind of procedure where we put it back out there and say, we give you a week, give us some names again. I'm up for whatever. I have a list of names that I've already been given that have parish in the title. I don't know if we're amenable to any of these, but to me, it's become incredibly important to the community that parish is in the title. If that doesn't happen, then I'm hoping that we can at least name a building with parish in it, because I know that's really important. And then I know that there's going to be the auditorium. It's going to face the road. Everyone's going to drive by and see it. But I have to say that this is important for them. I know that Mr. Kennedy and I think we're the ones that were Oak Hill and whatever we could do to bring some of that heritage. So I remember those conversations. I remember the PHS issue, and so here's some other ones. Put them all out there. So I've heard Northeast Parish, Central Parish, Parish North River, Parish Central, Parish Community, Parish Senior, Parish Village. I'm putting them all out there.
Okay, I wish Mr. Barber was here, because he's like the master of the process that we go through, because there was, public notice, there were public hearings, there was a ballot, and school board policy, and a year later, for this board to usurp the process. I almost wanted to make a motion earlier today that we would agree as a board that we were not going to ever change the name of Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School. And so I think, that's my concern is just we would be totally vacating the process that we went through and the process that we followed to name schools. And I think it's a bad precedent. I like the area. I think maybe if we look at like the parish sports complex at the North River High School or something, I think there's ways to do it. But I guess to put it in its posture, I guess somebody needs to make a motion and then to be seconded if we're at that point. But we are totally discarding our policies and our process for naming schools.
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with what you just said. And I agree that there is a procedure and there is a process. And I think one of the tough things for us as board members is that often the community does not speak until after the decision is made. And that is frustrating. I understand that. That is incredibly frustrating for me. It's incredibly frustrating for us because, we had this procedure and we expect it to be followed and we're trying to follow it. So I totally understand your point of view. And if the board is not going to be in favor of this, then all I can ask for is that we are willing to name at least one feature of that school something with parish, because this is very important to the community.
I agree.
And I get the sense I'm not going to get the votes even if I make the motion right now. But nor would I feel comfortable picking one of these all by myself. And I don't think we could do just parish. But what I would like is for what the community wants. That's my job, is to advocate for them.
I think the heritage is so rich that perhaps a better process is because I received a lot of the communications, and, one of these days when I don't need to live in a particular district, I'll build my house out there and I'll be part of the community. So perhaps we could commit as a board to set as a priority to take the opportunities to recognize both the heritage of parish and the founders of parish in naming various facilities, which is a very broad campus with a sports complex and auditoriums and cafeterias. Mr. Minor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our next high school, I understand, is going to be out east, south of the river. And some areas that we, for the moment at least, we have said are going to be part of the North River or Parish High School area will, likely go to this new high school out east. I only say that because for all of its emotional discord that redistricting inevitably gives birth to, boards have to redistrict, what is best for the district overall, and that will be going on probably in the next 6 years or so. May I suggest that we discuss, to address this PHS conundrum, that we might consider and put out for the community the name North River Parish High School, and that we have that on the agenda for our next meeting. We publicize it, for the public to come in and say, that's the dumbest idea we've ever heard of, or that's a great idea, or, that seems to work. It takes into account people who really aren't or haven't considered themselves part of the parish area, but they are North River and they are assigned to North River. And it also recognizes, the parish heritage area. And they may have other ideas, but I think that maybe that is more than a nod, to those concerned with, well, you rushed this through, or you didn't give notice, to the community for consideration of everybody. But we're having this discussion tonight, and I think by the time of our next next meeting, there'll be some buzz, and people will, come up with their, feelings about whether that ought to work, or that just doesn't work, or that's too many letters and it costs too much to put it on the back of a uniform or something like that. But I'm just throwing that out to see how, my colleagues would feel about that, to call it North River Parish High School.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Klum.
How long was the process we went through to do this naming, Madam
Dr. Green?
Superintendent?
It had to be a minimum of 6 weeks. So when we had the town hall meeting about the new high school, that was the beginning of the naming process. And so it went 6 weeks. Then we brought all the names to the board. At that workshop, the board chose their top 3. And then at the next board meeting, you voted from your top 3.
So it's
Couple of
a
months.
couple months.
So it took a couple of months. So there was no rush to get this through at all. It was a process we went through. The community had input, and that was the name they came up with. Am I wrong?
Well, it's not like Parish High School didn't score real highly with the public or with this board.
And I wasn't saying it didn't.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm simply saying we went through a long process to come to this name. And, to come back now and try and change it, I think is a little disingenuous to the public.
It's just trying to make things better.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, I think Gina brought up a couple of good ideas. There's going to be a booming ag program at the school. That's a good naming opportunity. The stadium is a great naming opportunity. And, Oak Hill Field at Parish Stadium.
The baseball field, the baseball field.
Okay.
All right, the sense I'm getting is,
I don't think we're ready to make this decision tonight.
no,
We should move
yes,
on for now.
Ms. Messenger, Vice Chair Messenger.
Thank you. I guess I request to go with what Mr. Minor suggested, that we put that out there, we give it 2 weeks, and hear what the community has to say.
I'd be more along the lines of, if we took a 2-month process to do it the first time, we need to take a 2-month process to do it again.
and then we'll run into a timing problem with regards to ordering. I mean, we're already
Yeah,
ordering
you're-
furniture
yeah,
and, I mean.
you're down to weeks that uniforms take
in the-
almost a year,
in-
and you have to
In the
color
term,
screen logos.
in the terms of ancient mariners, this ship sailed a long time ago, like a year.
Well, then maybe Mr. Kennedy's idea is the best one.
Well,
To instill the
Don't-
heritage
don't-
with there.
Don't go into shock, okay?
Okay.
I can agree with you.
Mr. Chair, can I put that in
Mr. Minor.
my thoughts in the form of a motion, which I think that.
Sure. Mr. Minor, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. Well, my motion is what I said before, that we put under, I guess, new business for the next board meeting, renaming what is, we're now calling North River High School as North River Parish High School. And the public knows, and they can come in and under public comment, or, for that to give us their input, letters to the editor, call us, emails, so we could feel about it. I don't think there's harm in trying to do something better than what we did at one time before. We have gone through the process of eliciting, great names. I don't think we have to repeat that. And I think by deciding this, 2 weeks from now, we'll be on schedule for ordering uniforms and whatever else.
Dr. Green for a response.
Just for clarification, you do not have a board meeting the next 2 weeks. Your
Right.
next board meeting is the end of July, July 24th. I'm just.
Okay, well,
And-
thank you for correcting me.
I'm just.
Well, I mean at our next meeting.
I think, and I hate to do this, but I think that the naming of North River High School was a primary motion that passed, and you would need to rescind the primary motion in order to name it something else. But I believe that there have been contracts executed and action taken using that name. So I'm not, Mr. Dye?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if you want to rename the school, I think you have to go back to step zero.
I think so too.
Follow your policies and do the whole process.
Yeah, I think.
You just can't rename it.
Yeah, I think from a procedural perspective, I mean, in all fairness, it's, I understand the issue because we discussed the issue. But I do think what has to happen is we would have to basically undo what we did and start over again. And I think what I'm hearing from the superintendent, that the clock doesn't allow enough time to even go through that process, and it would set us back on all the things that need to be done and ordered in order to open the school in August, if that's what I heard the superintendent say.
Mr. Chair?
Hold on just a second. You said weeks.
Yes, we start the process July 9th. And they will start notifying the public of parents whose students will be attending North River, of naming the mascot, naming, uniforms are to be ordered by the end of July. The color scheme for those uniforms have already been approved. August 3rd, we start bringing in, again, forms of committees from parents whose students will be attending that high school on choosing the final versions of everything to go with their uniforms. Band uniforms, we have a lot of uniforms.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Minor.
I think the chair brought up a good point, procedural, that at one point this board took action, and that whoever made or voted in favor of that, the naming of North River High School would be the appropriate, would be an eligible person for moving to reconsider, the name. And I believe I voted, with those who said that it should be North River High School, and I would be a proper person to do that. With all due respect for our council, there is no provision I know, and maybe if I'm wrong, he can cite the provision and say, Mr. Minor, you're just wrong, that otherwise deals with renaming a high school. And I think that if you want to change the name, what the chair had suggested, that someone who has voted on the affirmative side for North River High School has to make the motion. And I think I'm a candidate for doing that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just a quick
Mr. Kwan.
question. Did we do a public hearing for that? So we would have to do another public hearing. We couldn't just rescind the name.
You call it a meeting or a public hearing, but I'm saying that we go forward with it. I don't think you have to have a public hearing, to name something.
Then why did we have a public hearing to begin with?
I'm not saying we did.
We did. Trust me, we did.
Okay, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember that. Let's say that we did. I don't know why we can't, still can't redo it.
Mr. Chairman, while you
Yes,
guys
sir.
are looking, I just want to say,
Mr. Clun.
we talk about litigation all the time. If we subvert the process and don't do a public hearing, would that not leave us open to possible litigation?
I think there are.
Anybody?
I think there are a number of unintended consequences to do this, but I believe that from a procedural perspective, we would have to vote on a 2/3 vote to rescind the motion that actually named the school. And then we would have to start the process all over again according to our board policies, unless we wanted to go so far as to change our board policies for naming schools, which then would require a public notice of how long before we would have to have a hearing if we're going to change our policies?
21 days after you decide what the policy's going to be. what it's
So,
gonna say.
so my guess is, just from a logistics perspective, we're probably looking at sometime in September or October to be able to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. Following the rules, I mean, that's, we do have to live by the policies that we have publicly passed. And naming of it is a big one, which we have now completed the naming of 3 schools following our policies. But now, for whatever reason, something's changed over the course of a year that we want to undo a name that we followed the policy. So I'm just trying to lay this out. I do believe, just so everyone understands, that what we would have to do is to rescind the motion that named the school, and then we would have to go back and follow our policies with regards to how we name schools, unless we chose to change our policies, and we've got a meeting scheduled in July, so it'd probably take us till August to change our policies. Maybe we're into October or November before we could name the school. So I do believe Mr. Kennedy's alternative proposal of looking at how we can name the myriad of multiple buildings on that 90-acre campus so that we can both honor and recognize the heritage of Parrish and its founders is probably the most expeditious way to recognize the area into perpetuity.
I think the
I know.
PCA already has that plan to name several buildings, is what she's told me. We've already talked about that, but, yeah, I hear that argument, but, it's just, this is what's important for the community. And I think that it's taken this time for them to react to what happened. And, so, I hate to delay anything that might need to happen, but in the same respect, this is important to them.
I know, and
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Minor again.
Okay.
For response.
yeah, the scenario that you described, that because the board may wish to change something it did at a public hearing a year ago, or I forget exactly when it was, but I'm not going to
It
contest.
was around my first meeting, August.
You weren't here a year ago.
No, I was here July 23rd.
Okay, you weren't on the board.
Well, I was here when we named North River
Okay,
and debated it.
okay. But when we did that, we had a hearing, okay, and we made a choice. And I don't, I'm not convinced we have to have another hearing. We've already heard a lot, and we've heard a lot before that hearing and during that hearing, and I'm not convinced that we have to have another hearing when we've already been informed, by the public in preparation for that hearing and even afterwards, and we're saying, maybe we can do it better. I think that having a notice of a meeting where we're reconsidering this, where the public could come in and share their views, and we listen to their views, and then make a decision, would seem appropriate to me. And I see Mr. Dye reading very carefully through all our policies or something. I just, that's how I view it.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. We've gone through this three times over the course of the past year, and I think each time we reviewed the policies for naming schools. So I do think we have a pretty well-defined and adopted procedure. Do we want to move this meeting along, or?
Yeah.
All right.
I made a motion, I think it was seconded. Can we vote on it?
I don't think it was seconded.
I thought that Mrs. Messenger had seconded it. I guess not.
I'm not sure we ever, you made the motion, and I'm not sure what even happened with that, but I will second it.
Okay, we got a
So
motion.
would you repeat your motion, Mr. Minor?
The motion is that we include on the agenda for the next school board meeting, under new business, the renaming of what we now call North River High School as the parish, as the North River Parish High School.
And I second that.
Okay, members, the motion has been made and seconded to put on the agenda in the next meeting to rename the North River High School the North River Parish High School. But I remind you that it means that we are abandoning all of our policies, and I'm not, is there any, Mr. Dye?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not finding the policy right here. I just can't find it from the dais. My view is that, excuse me, when you bring it back, if the motion passes, when you bring it back, the policy is still going to govern. You can't by motion ignore the
Right.
policy. It's going
Right.
to control the decision. So I'm sorry I can't find it right now, but I can.
I think we've all heard the policies and the procedures at least 3 times in the past 10 months as we've gone through it. Is there any other debate?
I'll just say for the record that I believe we have to have a public hearing again, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so we are on Mr. Minor's motion to, on the next new business, the next board meeting under new business to rename the North River High School, the North River Parish High School. It's been seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. I don't see any other debate. So I guess if we can put up on the board Mr. Minor's motion. Is your computer working?
This is the motion. I mean, if you can go ahead and vote.
Okay. All in favor, aye.
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 No.
All opposed, no.
No.
Okay, show the motion not carried. Moving on to the approval of the final proposed contract for Ms. Cynthia Saunders as interim superintendent. Mr. Minor, did you work with Mr. Dye and Mr. Titlebaum during the break? Do we now have Mr. Dye, do we have an agreement to consider?
Just make notation, I did proofing only.
Okay.
I did proofing only.
You mean we don't get a legal opinion out of you?
No, sir, no, not at all.
Okay.
Mr. Dye was working diligently. I picked up copies.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Dye.
The document being passed out, Mr. Minor provided him a copy with it earlier. I gave Mrs. Saunders a copy of it earlier also. It's based on the discussion the school board had, and it's working off of the form that Mr. Minor provided earlier. And in my view, incorporates the board's discussion. There is one item that is pending.
Okay.
And that's under the termination clause, which is section 5 on page 4 of the document. The board's discussion was to not provide a severance package if Mrs. Saunders was terminated after 180 days of service. She has told me, and she can speak for herself, the original proposal was for 60 days salary. She has agreed to 30 days salary if terminated after 180 days without cause. She's also told me, and she can tell me this, is that she wants her attorney to review it because it came up,
Sure.
like tonight. While if the board is okay with this version, the board can approve it and authorize the chair to sign it, but she will have her attorney look at it before she signs it. And if there's still issues to be decided after her legal review, then we'll have to come back and deal with it.
Okay.
And
Mr.
then there's
Minor?
also a couple little minor typos. For example, under section 4, there's a reference to his judgment, and that needs to be changed to her judgment, but
Okay.
those are kind of scrivener's cleanups.
So, hold on just a second. Yes, Mr. Titlebaum.
I think one thing that changed from her original contract, which I picked up as well, was in paragraph 7. By the nature of the appointment, Ms. Saunders shall be available for duty on a 24-hour basis. I don't believe that she agreed to that in this
Correct.
contract.
That's correct. Yeah,
Correct.
that was
We
from
had
an
a change
earlier-
there,
An earlier
right.
version. The more recent
That needs to be
versions took
taken
that
out.
out, so that needs to be taken out.
Okay,
And
so.
it'll read that she'll be available for duty
Right.
as needed to fulfill the responsibilities.
Okay, so before we get this in the proper posture, Mr. Minor, have you had an opportunity to review this version?
Well, he's trying to review it while we were conducting prior business. May I suggest that we take a break, for 15 minutes, and that Mrs. Saunders have the opportunity to, send this to her counsel, and she would have the opportunity to discuss it
That's,
with the counsel.
her attorney may not work the same hours you do.
Well-
I'm okay with us taking, I thought you were
My
gonna.
point is, I'm not going to vote for something that we don't have our agreement to, and I think she should consult with her attorney. There's nothing sneaky here or anything like that, but it's, I think that for the integrity of the agreement, that she should have the opportunity to talk with her attorney.
So Mr. Minor, since we move forward with working from your agreement, do you need, let's say, a 10-minute recess for you to review this document to make sure that it reflects what you think our understanding was of the changes we were going to make?
Well, it isn't, but I'm being asked to go along with some stuff in here that wasn't in my proposal, but I would agree to it. But if her council's agreed to it, but if we don't have, that agreement, I don't think we ought to vote on it.
Well, I think from a timing perspective, since we do have to have a superintendent in a few days, that if you're comfortable, subject to her attorney's approval.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I want to see if this is okay, and
Okay.
I'm sure her attorney's available
all right.
someplace on this planet, and she can email it to him and discuss, the changes, and he could say, well, this is a great thing, or I don't know, or I guess it's okay, or it's really bad for you, and then she can make a decision whether or not she's going to sign it. And I don't think it takes that long.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say one thing. I have a lot of attorneys I've worked with, and picking an attorney is a very personal thing, as Mr. Minor knows, being an attorney. So I would not even begin to ask Deputy Superintendent to send it to some attorney that she's not familiar with on a moment's notice to get something done.
If she's not familiar with her attorney.
I'm sorry, wait a second. Let's,
I'm sorry.
order. Mr. Dye, are there any significant areas of concern you have with this version of the agreement?
With this version, the difference between Mr. Minor's version that as amended and the original one that we were working off of, the without or the with cause provisions of termination were removed. The 45-day notice dropped down to a 30-day notice.
And we know how that worked for us.
Yes, yes. There was a residency requirement in the agreement, but it's statutory, so if it drops out of the agreement, it's still in the statute.
Okay.
We took out some of the provisions regarding how to interpret the contract, such as a statement that the captions are just for convenience, they don't have any legal effect. There's a provision regarding how one party gives notice to the other party. There was a provision taken out that said if there's ever any litigation over this agreement, the prevailing party gets attorney's fees. It also puts jurisdiction and venue for any litigation in local court. That's intended to kind of keep things from devolving into where should we sue or where do we defend, all those kinds of things. Mr. Minor said that's, if litigation pops up, that takes issues off the table, and that there is a provision that everybody had opportunity to consult with the council, so that takes away an issue should litigation pop up in the future. Those things are all nice to have, but I'm not sure they're essential.
Okay.
Okay. So other than that, I guess, except for the niceties, then no, I don't have any significant concerns with the agreement.
And so my understanding is, with regards to the exclusive contract, on a 24-hour basis is deleted, so it would read, Ms. Saunders shall be available for duty in cases of an emergency or as needed to fulfill the responsibilities of the position. That's on page 6. And that's, I think, the language that was originally worded.
That's correct.
Okay, so with that, I would entertain a motion to approve and authorize the chair executing the employment agreement for interim superintendent of schools, and authorize the Mr. Dye as general counsel to make any grammatical, punctuation, technical changes necessary, and then it will be subject to the approval of Cynthia Saunders and her counsel. do I have, yes?
And then I'll make your motion. First, I want to thank Cindy for, we had a very long discussion. She incorporated everything the board talked about like that, and I think that's
Oh, good.
commendable. I think it would be wise if, maybe not 15 minutes, but just a 5 or 10-minute recess so we can individually read.
Okay.
5 minutes is probably enough, and then come back and then have that motion.
All right, without
If the board is
objection, we
willing.
will stand in informal recess for 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, the board will reconvene for the consideration of approval of the final proposed contract for Ms. Cynthia Saunders as interim superintendent. And please, and Mr. Cologne. Yes.
As long as we have this moment together. This intimate moment together. No, I think this is good, and I think Mr. Dye has laid out what is the correct path. I think it's very reasonable for Cindy to want her attorney to take a look at this. And I think Mr. Dye has laid out that we as a board can approve this, give you the authority to sign this agreement as it is going to leave here tonight. And if Cindy and her attorney agree, then we have an agreement in force. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Ms. Messenger?
I have one thing.
Okay.
It says Public Schools of Manatee County, and we are the school district of Manatee County.
Where's that?
Page 2.
Page 2. All right.
That's my only thing. I get driven crazy when one website
Right, no, I agree.
thing says public schools and the next one says
And
school district.
what line is that? Well, this agreement doesn't have line number.
It's the third line.
Okay. For the school district of Manatee County.
That's my only thing.
And Mr.
that I
Dye,
saw.
Mr. Tuttlewam, you'll make sure Mr. Dye makes that technical correction.
Then it is a contract literally from the school board, but technically this is the district that she's the superintendent
Right.
of.
So
I'm not
it
sure
should be the
that's-
school district of Manatee County.
Yeah, I don't think that's wrong.
What, the public schools of Manatee County?
Yeah, no, public schools is different. Goes to the old Mills era. He wanted to be the Manatee Public Schools.
Oh.
So the third line, employment agreement, interim superintendent of schools, school district of Manatee County, Florida, is 100% correct.
Yes, so we're going to make that school district of Manatee County.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. Cologne is,
He ran away.
Gina, can you just tell me what line you're referring to before, ma'am? Ms. Messenger?
It's fine. Page 2, third line.
Okay, I will go ahead and I'll tell Mr. Dye right now.
okay.
Thank you, Ms. Messenger.
All right, so, Mr. Kennedy, do you have a motion?
I move that we authorize the board chair to execute this agreement upon the consent of Cindy Saunders.
And you authorize General Counsel, Mr. Dye, to make any non-substantive technical corrections?
I do. And I make we include what you just said in my motion.
And Mr. Cologne?
So moved.
Okay, seconded.
Second.
Okay. Having been moved and seconded, we are on the motion to authorize the board chair to execute the employment agreement for interim superintendent of schools with Ms. Cynthia Saunders upon her approval after consultation with her counsel, and to authorize the board's general counsel, Mr. Jim Dye, to make any non-substantive technical corrections. Having been moved and seconded, is there further discussion?
There's public comment.
And Vice Chair Messenger for public comment.
Come on down, Linda.
I don't know what all the legal ramifications of this are going to be. 2 weeks ago, you announced who you'd chosen for the new interim superintendent with not 7 days public notice. Once again, this week, you put out the contract and you did not give the public 7 days notice. And now you've redone this contract. The public has no notice. We have no clue what you're voting on. And I don't believe that the board has had enough time to study this either.
I'll wait till public comment's over.
Any other speakers?
That was it? Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy for comment?
Thank you. Just to address that point about notice, the interim superintendent question was one of the most commented things I've ever dealt with on this board. So I think there was, I disagree with you, Mr. Scheich. I think there was plenty of opportunity. I do see your point about this contract. We are kind of putting this together and discussing this quickly tonight at the meeting, but that is a function of us as the 5 board members, and we represent the people of Manatee County. So I disagree with you. I think that we're well within our duties. Everything has been publicly noticed. This situation didn't pop out of nowhere. So I just want to express my support for the
And I will
board
tell
and the
you,
process.
a tremendous amount of time and many mornings getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to review, and you know, this is why I had a problem with only a 30-day notice, because this has been a 100-yard dash in a very short period of time. Any other comments? Any other debate?
I'm just going to say one thing. I really applaud the two of them for getting together and making the contract. And I apologize to you, Linda, because we had no idea that Mr. Minor was going to bring his own contract in and, you know, try and get us to move on that one. So there was no way we could have possibly notified the public about it. So that's it.
Mr. Dye, did you have comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I did have a question. Is the approval including the italicized language in section 5?
And that is on page
4.
Okay, so, and just for the benefit of the audience, I'll read the italicized. It says, if after Ms. Saunders has served more than 180 days as superintendent, the board decides to terminate Saunders, Ms. Saunders shall be entitled to receive a severance pay equal to 30 days' salary, but not to exceed the limitations set forth in Florida statutes. This severance payment shall be considered liquidated damages and will be in lieu of any other claims Saunders may have and may make in law. So the state law allows for 120 days, and Ms. Saunders has agreed to only 30 days severance, which is kind of equal to the notice requirement. So I think that is the pleasure of the board. Is there any objection?
That was my understanding, is that we were including that.
That was my understanding as well. So the italicized language in paragraph 5 under termination is included in the approved version. All right, members, if there is no further debate or questions, all in favor of approving the motion to authorize the board chair to execute the employment agreement for interim superintendent of schools with Ms. Cynthia Saunders upon her approval after review with her attorney, and to authorize the board general counsel, Mr. Jim Dye, to make any non-substantive technical changes. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Show the motion carries 4-1. Members, we are now on discussion of the request from the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. And I'm going to make a suggestion, because I think what I was hearing in our workshop discussion, that there may be an opportunity to take a look at this again. We can dedicate some workshop time to it, and see if we can work with the committee to find a sort of middle ground. I think everybody is focused on doing the people's work. And I will tell you, I do believe that there were a couple of areas in that purpose when I went through my notes that we actually did discuss it, and we actually did take it out, which is where the superintendent wanted something done, because I recall that language being in Sarasota's, and I thought we agreed to not include that, because we went with Mr. Kennedy's suggestion that it would be work that was approved by the board, meaning a majority of the board would approve, looking at, other things that may come up in the future. So I do think that if we dedicate some time to the next workshop and work with both the chair of the audit committee, Dr. Grusso, and the chair of the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, that we can probably you know, and I think the timing is appropriate because by then, you know, they have gone through their organizational meetings. They really haven't started work yet because they needed to organize to be able to undertake the task. So my suggestion, unless there's opposition, is that, that we move this discussion to the next workshop. Now, I know, Mr. Kennedy, you had wanted to address the appointment. I think you had mentioned 2 members. I think we have 1 vacancy, and one of our speakers from this morning, earlier today, had applied. You may recognize, those of you who were there recognize that, that Dave, is it Ballard? Actually attended the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. He had made application to the Audit Committee, he and his wife, a young family in Manatee County. But he's not a CPA, he's a lawyer. And so he wasn't eligible for the Audit Committee.
We're not going to hold it against him.
And he made a request that he be considered for the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, as he mentioned in his public statements, and we do have his CV. He, you know, not only is is it okay if I say young lawyer? A lawyer, but he also has been serving as a legislative aide, so he's got insight, and he's with leadership. And so I don't know what process we want to go through. We can either wait until the workshop and hear of those that have applied to fill the vacancy, and do that all in the next meeting, if that makes sense. Yes, Mr. Kennedy.
Oops, thank you. I've got a few things I'd like to do here. I've got 2 motions I'd like to make. None of this conflicts with Mr. Ballard at all.
Okay.
Is it relate, I'm sorry.
It is related to the,
okay.
it's related to the millage, and it's related to the Citizens Financial Committee.
Okay.
I also have an idea that we can kind of just get the ball rolling on finding a solution here.
Okay.
So let me, if I may, Mr. Chair, let me make the first motion.
Mr. Kennedy for a motion.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion that we add to the membership of the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, the president of the MEA, and the president of AFSCME.
Second.
Okay. So here's a suggestion, because we're going to add 2 new members. So if we add 3 new members, we'll maintain our odd count.
Correct, which is where Mr. Ballard would come in.
And that would work because they've divided up into 3 subcommittees. So you would have
6 per.
6.
6 per committee. But I think we're.
Well, no, wait a second. No, you're adding 2 new members, so that makes it 17.
Yes.
So that makes it 17. So Mr. Ballard would fill the 1 vacancy, but you're creating 2 new seats.
I forgot Mr. Moon.
So that gives us an odd number, so 17. We can work with that. Okay, so Mr. Kennedy has made and what I would like, perhaps if you would add 3 new members, well, no, 2 new members. Okay, so Mr. Kennedy has made a motion. It was seconded by Mr. Colon to add a representative or the president of
Yeah,
MEA
my motion was
and
the
AFSCME.
president of the MEA, of MEA and the president of AFSCME. Because, well, I'm saying president because those positions could change during the term of the committee, but also because the bulk of the referendum funds is directed to those 2 employee groups. And I
Agreed.
think they should have representation on the committee.
And I think we had decided in our earlier deliberations that we would have representation from these various groups. So, having been moved and seconded, is there any debate?
Since it's a new motion, shouldn't we do public comment first,
It's been moved and seconded. Let's do public comment.
right?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, I know Garen
Vice
had
Chair
signed up
Messenger for public comment.
for other discussion items. I didn't know if you want to discuss this, or anybody else would like to come up?
It's our last item.
Well,
This is on the motion to add,
This is now
2
his
new members.
motion.
Okay,
okay, Mr. Chair.
wait,
Yes.
it's just on the, adding the 2 union. Okay,
For the purposes of public, MEA is the Manatee Educational Association. AFSCME is the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees.
okay.
Certainly.
Yes, sir.
David Ballard, Board Superintendent Chair. I would just say, although that That's a really great idea. This is the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, in which we're now placing someone that's in a place of leadership that has nothing to do with necessarily the oversight of those funds. Just want to bring that to your attention. I have no feelings on it, but where now you're creating an automatic appointment in which is a group that is associated with an interested party. It's not necessarily a citizens advisory board. And I just want to bring that to your attention is all.
Mr. Chairman,
That's a good point.
can I? say-
Mr. Cologne.
What we can do in order to make it right is name the two individuals who are currently sitting as president and not name the organizations per se.
As citizens.
Right.
I'm assuming they're residents of Manatee County.
I withdraw my second so you can rework
I'll
his
withdraw my
motion.
motion to make a new one. I'd like to make a motion that we add Pat Barber and Deanna Howe as members of the
Pat Barber
Citizens Financial Advisory Committee.
and Deanna.
Deanna Howell, Howell.
And then do we want to add David Barber to fill the vacancy?
I think that should be a separate motion.
Okay.
That's not a-
Deanna Howe, okay. All right, has that been seconded?
Second.
Have been moved and seconded to appoint Pat Barber and Deanna Howe to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. Is there any debate?
Question.
Mr. Cologne?
Are we adding Mr. Ballard to fill the empty
We'll do a
seat, or-
second motion for that.
Okay, fine.
Okay, hearing no debate, is there public comment on the appointment of Pat Barber and Deanna Howe, the current presidents of those respective organizations? Okay, members, we're voting on the appointment of Pat Barber and Deanna Howe to the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, having been moved by Mr. Kennedy and seconded by Mr. Cologne. All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Mr. Minor?
I vote for it.
Okay, show Mr. Minor voting in the affirmative. Your motion carries. Did you have a second motion, Mr. Kennedy? For a
do.
motion?
And then I have my compromise idea. I would like to make a motion that for the next 4 years of this referendum, we include Just for Girls Contract School as part of the charter student allocation.
Oh, we're talking about the finance committee, and you're talking about allocating funds.
Well, I guess it's related. I can wait till we're done with this item, and I'll make the same motion afterwards.
No, I don't think it's related.
Well, can
I
still
think
make
there's is it a germanity issue?
Did we not have something
Yeah.
on the consent agenda regarding them?
Their contract.
No, that was consent agenda approving the contract.
Yeah.
So, yes, Mr. Titlebaum.
I think that motion itself, we should research the issue, because when we set the referendum out,
Yeah.
we set the allocation at the same time, and we'd have to be able to look into that to see what the voters voted on if we won't be what I would consider ultra-virus.
Right.
To what the voters gave us the permission to spend this particular money for this millage. In other words, it said charter, it said STEM, vocational, it said teachers. It did not say contracted sites. So
right.
I'd really like to take an opportunity, not to shoot from the hip tonight and make a decision, but to do the due diligence with the board attorney on this particular issue.
Okay.
On how we can accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
Okay, could I just address one more thing?
Yes.
Part of the reason for making this tonight, and I know the concern would be, well, if we do it for one contracted school, then we got to do it for all of them. But Just for Girls is the only one that has stepped forward to say, like, hey, these are Manatee County students.
Right.
So, but I respect the legal end of it, so if it's out of order,
Okay.
we can revisit it next meeting, next month.
Okay. So do you have any
Mr.
other
Kennedy, by all
motions,
means.
Mr. Kennedy?
I don't, I just have a compromise idea for the,
Okay, we do have another vacancy, and we have an applicant. Mr. Cologne,
that's yours.
Mr. Cologne, do I have a motion from you to appoint David Ballard?
David Ballard to the Citizens Advisory Board Committee.
Okay. Is there a second? I'll second it. For discussion?
I just haven't gotten any information
Do we
about
have his
him or
CV?
CV or anything. I haven't gotten to read anything about him.
I believe you already applied
I
for
saw
something,
him
so we have his
there
CV
talking
on
to
file.
you,
We'll get
and
the CV out.
so I just,
We can make more copies right now. I'm gonna give this to the chair.
I know that Mr. Kennedy sent information on another person.
I did. The intention being that we could talk about it at the late July meeting. But
So maybe we should hold off on this one until then and have a conversation about both these people, since I haven't gotten this information either.
Okay, that's
That's
fine.
fine.
That's fine.
That's
Is
fine.
that okay with you, Mr. Ballard? Great. Okay, we will take up at the workshop, we'll take up both issues.
Okay.
Did you still want to float your
Yeah,
compromise?
I'll just do it real quick, as long as we're on the topic. I think a good way, and we can hammer out the details next workshop, but, you know, there's been so much noise the past 2 weeks about, like, we are going back on our promise, although in my opinion, we are keeping the original promise. But I think a good way to find the middle ground here is to say that I still stand by that the membership of this board and the roles and responsibilities of the committee should be determined by the majority of the board. But I think we should also perhaps include a vehicle for the full committee, a majority of the committee, to bring items to the board. And as Mr. Horn did during the workshop, say, okay, a majority of the board has decided we would like to look into this issue. I think a wise school board, whether it's us or the next one in November, would look favorably upon that. I still believe it should be a majority decision of the board, but at least we give the committee a way to formally bring things to us through a majority of their members.
Sure, and the process for that is the one that we have with the audit committee and their operating procedures, where they bring the scope of work. And so if you recall, and granted, look, it would have been nice had the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee started meeting, you know, like in March, but they haven't. So that's exactly what they are incorporating in their operating procedures, that should they identify an issue that they think the board should address or be informed of, like the audit committee, they would come to us with their scope of work and make a request, and it would be up to a majority of the board to authorize that scope of work. So it's exactly what you're talking about. Okay. And that's why we were sort of getting the cart before the horse, because the committee was charged with organizing. The committee was charged with developing a charter and developing an operating procedures, and they have been in consultation with the audit committee members to do that. Great. And so I believe by the time we have our next meeting in July, they would be able to come bring that to us, and then we can have a discussion about it and go ahead and set those parameters. So I think that's exactly in line with what you're suggesting.
Great, thank you.
Okay, all right. With that then, are we ready to move?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Minor, for comment?
For comment, thank you. We asked the voters, you know, to approve the millage, and that we would have this, you know, committee to make sure that the money received was spent, allocated, handled in a fiduciary way, and to have a committee to oversee what was going on, which is a big job. So the committee met a few days ago, and they had the direction to exclusively do this. They didn't exclusively do this. They spent an hour and 20 minutes trying to say, no, well, we want to do everything else, basically. One of the members threw the resolution that this district approved on the floor. It was a meeting of contempt. The chair said, gee, I really didn't know about this. Like it wasn't in the newspapers, like he wasn't informed by staff, which I'm sure he was. We had, I think Mr. Ballard said, gee, you need to focus on what was approved by the voters, as I understood him. And that's exactly what this board did at the last meeting. There wasn't any, one of the members brought up, questions, none of which were really addressed. They were put off, to put together this so-called resolution. I call it a resolution of contempt, for this board and the citizens who elect us to do these things. About the money, that's being received, how are we going to, handle it? Are we going to have separate accounts, for each of the areas that we're supposed to address? Where will the accounts be? If we're going to be increasing, salaries, for employees based upon expected revenue, if we're going to increase those salaries beginning next month, where are we getting the money? How much are we going to pay for, that loan? There's no discussion about those things. When will the money come in? How will it be handled? There wasn't any attempt really to provide the oversight or begin oversight of the handling of the millage money. That's what they were charged to do, not to thumb their nose at this board and the people who have elected us to make those decisions. And I think that before they should be given the nod, it's okay to wander around the financial world about what this district is doing. I think they have to demonstrate that they are capable of focusing on what the voters said they were supposed to do. And I haven't seen that so far. I was disappointed with how the meeting was conducted. The agenda was not adjusted in accordance with what this directive said. And I hope, in a sense, they'll get their act together. I will say that there were people at the meeting who spoke up and reflecting kind of what I'm saying here. Mr. Nelson was one of them. He said, we're supposed to be doing what the board told us to do. His comments were ignored. So anyway, those are my comments. And I also ought to note that it seems like many on that committee actively worked against this community, in my opinion, worked against the employees of this district for the increased salaries. Mr. Hoover was one of them, and he was the one who made the motion to do this thing. We had several of them who worked actively. Miss Linda Scheiko, I consider a friend.
No. Let's,
Okay, I'm not attacking, I'm pointing out what was going on.
We had an election,
Okay,
and now
we
the
have a-
community has come back together. The community has come back together.
I'm trying to make sure we don't have a runaway committee, and that's what I saw the other day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Reiner. All right, members, regular meeting agenda requests and workshop items request. Let's start with Mr. Cologne.
I'd like to have a workshop on discussing fencing all of our schools and limiting access to one entrance.
Okay, great.
In order to provide safety for our teachers,
Right.
students, and staff.
Mr. Hoover now would like to speak
Okay, for the public comment on the,
for number 8, but that,
I did sign up for that.
Okay.
that motion never came through, so I
Right.
don't know. I
I-
need, I guess, guidance.
well, we did do, the motion did not carry. We did have discussion, but Mr. Hoover has sat through hours. Unless there's an objection by the board members, we'd like to hear from Mr. Hoover.
No, I mean, it was an agenda item, which is.
Yeah,
not
it was.
discussed.
Right.
Mr. Hoover,
He's entitled.
Vice Chair,
Agreed.
messenger for public comment.
Agreed. You have 3 minutes, and you know the rules.
Yes, I know the rules.
And no videos without us seeing them first.
Garen Hoover, member of the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee. Board members, Dr. Hopes, Dr. Green, attorneys, staff. So I resent the comments, by the way, that were just made. To call it a resolution of contempt, it was a motion made to ask this board, request this board to reconsider what it had unanimously approved on February 23rd, prior to the referendum vote to increase taxes on all the property owners in this county. And then after you get your vote, narrowly won, you now restrict and go against what the majority, which all of the board members supported on February 23rd.
13th.
That's, I think it was the 23rd, but in February, we know what resolution I'm talking about. It gave this financial advisory committee the authority. And then you, a part of this board, you don't like it. After you get your vote, you get your $33+ million, and now you want to strip the committee of what you already approved. Don't you see how the public is going to view that? They're going to view it as you're trying to hide something. You use them, you use the committee with what you were speaking through when you guys approved this. The public relied on it, voted on it, and now after you get the vote and after you get the money, you want to restrict the dollars. That is wrong. It's wrong to the core. And I ask this board to make a motion, and I'll even ask it of Mr. Colon or anybody else, make a motion to restore the original intent of this board in February, which prior to the vote, when the citizens of this county voted for this tax measure, I ask you make that motion tonight and restore what was granted to this committee. That's what the public relied upon. I don't know what you have to hide, what you're worried about, but you shouldn't have anything to worry about. The motion also included that we aren't going to duplicate anything of the audit committee. Mr. Minor, you thought the audit committee did look at some things, and we talked to Dr. Agruso afterward, and she confirmed, no, they don't look at that. So you were incorrect in your perception. We will be mindful of staff. So I ask this board right now, tonight, to make a motion to reinstate the scope and authority of this financial advisory committee that was made in February unanimously by this board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would that motion be out of order?
No, we really haven't left this issue, so.
I make a motion that we restore the committee's oversight
To the
to
language
the
on
original
February
language of
13th.
February 13th.
Okay, is there a second? I will second it. Okay, having been moved and seconded, is there further public comment?
Is there any other public comment? Since it's a new
The,
motion?
Mr. Colon's motion is to restore the purpose of the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to that of February 13th with the criteria that there will be no duplication of oversight services between other bodies. Having been seconded, is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there debate? Ms. Messenger.
Not necessarily debate, just, I didn't vote in favor of the last change. And I'm not so inclined to vote for this one either at this point, because I feel like we really just need to have a conversation. I think that we have already said that there is some middle ground to be had. I'd really like to find that if we can, and if we can't, then let's deal with that then, but it seems to me that we might be able to get there. So, and I know that, we had taken so long to get to the last one, and then for it to be changed, was, but to me, it seems like that there is enough people up here that feel like maybe there is some sort of middle ground that we could find, because I don't think we're really that far apart that.
Well, here's a suggestion along those lines, because we kind of, I want to say it was, the motion the last time was a reaction from observation of the committee trying to have their first organizational meeting, where they really were just being informed by staff, and then we kind of reacted. One approach would be to approve this motion, because nothing's really going to be done substantively between now and the time of the workshop, but at least it would provide the public perception that we're not going to, in a rash way, undo what we committed to the voters before they voted. And so I would say from an optics perspective, it probably shows very favorable to the board without having any real impact on staff between now and the time the Finance Committee completes their organization, completes their charter, completes their recommended scope of work, and then brings it to this board for the workshop where we can debate it and we can then react to their request to either put parameters or narrow the scope. And so I think that I think there's value in responding to the majority of the Citizens Financial Committee and their request to restore it with the added language that there would not be duplication of services. Let the committee then complete their work of organizing and defining the charter and the scope, and then bring it back to us for our workshop in July, and then we can respond. And that is truly the appropriate process to go through. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. I'm going to vote against this motion, but only because we had already previously just laid out our solution going forward, which is we have a very highly functioning Citizens Committee already in place, which has been there for 5 going on 6 years, who are going to advise the new committee on their kind of best practices they have established. Mr. Hoover, I disagree with you as well. We are, and this is the nature of the disagreement. At the last meeting, the 3 of us were not saying, let's remove all oversight. We're just saying, let's rein this back in and kind of fine tune the details, which I think we can do at our next workshop with the advice of the audit committee. So I think we already had a solution in place, and we're kind of muddying the waters now unnecessarily.
All right. Is there any further debate?
No, only to make clear that I'm in favor of possibly altering what was approved by the board at the last meeting, but I feel like it deserves more discussion than this.
Okay.
I'm going to say one last thing. All I'm trying to do is restore what we voted on and what we promised the community. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm agreeing with Mr. Hoover in that respect. Yeah. We promised the voters something. It's financially responsible, and I'll go along with that. I'm not going to second guess the committee. They can always be reined in later if they get out of hand. But I think it's very important optics for this community, for everyone to know that we're taking it very seriously, that we're keeping our word, and we're being honest. I don't want anybody to think we're breaking our word. That's very important to me anyway.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kennedy.
That's why I'm saying I think it's important to note that we are not breaking our word. We have not disbanded the committee. We just want to have a further conversation about the roles and responsibilities and the scope of work and how the committee operates, that's all. If we were disbanding the committee, I think that would be a legitimate criticism.
No, you don't have to disband the committee to neuter it, okay? Yeah. And I'm not saying we're doing that, but what I am saying is by limiting what we promised the voters so soon after we got the referendum money, it's bad optics. It looks terrible, and people look at that. As soon, oh, you got the money from us now, so now you're going to change it. That's it. That's what I'm hearing.
Mr. Kennedy.
I'll give you the last word, I guess, but I think in the end,
I'll give you the last word.
Once this process is done and once we get through this kind of disagreement, and I think the next workshop will be very helpful, I think the citizens will look back at this process and say, they got it right. They've got as they promised, they have a citizens oversight committee in place to make sure the money is going where it should be. And there might be some short-term pain here, but I think long-term we're going to be just fine in the eyes of the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any further debate? Ms. Messenger?
Only that I hate the word optics because I do what I think is right, regardless of what people think of me. which is why I did not vote in favor of it last week.
Right.
Because I felt like it was a quick decision, and I felt like it deserved more discussion then. And I still feel like it deserves more discussion. I just believe in the power of this board discussing it and really working through it. So that's why I'm gonna vote no again, because I believe we should just be sitting down and having a real conversation.
Wait a second.
And not switching back and forth.
Mr. Meyer, are you waiting to speak?
I'm waiting to vote no.
Okay. So I just wanted to respond to Mrs. Messenger because she did.
I'm calling the question, Mr. Chair.
Because she did vote no, meaning she did not want to change it. Now's the opportunity to go back and not change it so that.
But it's already been changed. They've already met and saw this new charge. I don't
But the
feel like
one
that's
person,
fair
the
to
one
them.
person that voted to change it is now voting to undo his vote.
I
So-
understand what he's doing.
Okay.
I don't agree with that. I feel like there should be discussion. Either way, it should be discussed. There should be public should know what's happening. There should be conversation about it. Now the committee
So
has
your
met with this
position.
other charge.
Okay. All right. So, okay, so your position is not exactly the same as it was before. So let's,
Call the question.
members, if you will vote on the motion to restore the purpose of the Citizens Financial Advisory Committee to that which was unanimously approved by this board on February 13th, with the understanding that there would be no overlap in an effort by the Audit Committee and the Citizens Financial Committee. All in favor? Aye? Aye?
Aye.
All opposed? No? Okay, show the motion not carrying with a vote of 2 to 3. All right, now, members, we are now on regular meeting agenda request and workshop items. Mr. Cologne has requested that we add to a workshop security issues related to fencing and limiting access during the school day. Mr. Kennedy, would you like to make any recommendations in addition to the, wait a second, Mr. Dye?
Yep. Mr. Chairman, you are allowed to go into the shade when discussing security. So
Right.
that meeting may be better
I'm thinking so too, that
outside
we'll
public. Yeah.
we'll delineate, because I think there'll be other security issues that we're also going to want to discuss.
Okay.
Mr. Kennedy?
Yeah, speaking of, maybe, it doesn't have to be July, but, well, I guess we only have 2 more meetings before school starts after this one, but, speaking of security, kind of a workshop about where we are on school security heading into the 18-19 year.
So let's have a broad, perhaps a broad.
Security meeting.
Yeah, okay. All right, Mr. Minor, any request?
None at this time, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Messenger.
Actually, we still haven't had a meeting on the board bylaws, and I really feel like we should have that, a discussion, workshop discussion about that. I'd still really love to have a discussion about taping the finance committee and the audit committee. I really do believe that'd be nice for the public to be able to view it, especially with all that's been happening with them. And I know we were gonna talk about master board stuff, so.
Okay. Yeah, and so I think, actually, while we're doing this is, Michelle, will this be a good time to go ahead and look at our schedule to complete our master board training? Do we have any proposed dates?
This was
For those in the audience, we have one more or a couple more hours to complete for our master board training through the Florida School Board Association, so that we can be designated at the end of the month as a master board, which is a testament to how far we have come. Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you. I read the email, but I can't remember the dates. This was for sometime in July, was
Yeah, we needed
Carol's
to complete
preference?
it. We needed to complete it in July in order to receive the designation.
Okay. The only time I would be unavailable is I would be unavailable from July 19th to July 23rd, and I would be unavailable on the 30th and 31st.
Okay.
I can make it work any other day in July.
Any other members that have restrictions?
What was the date?
The 19th to the 23rd, I'm out of town, and
We're talking July, I take it.
July, correct. And the 30th and 31st, I have a prior commitment that I cannot break.
I really couldn't do the 26th or the 27th. but Fridays typically are best for me. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are typically best, but Fridays are typically the best.
Friday the 13th?
I'm good
My
on
daughter
Friday
was
the
born on Friday
13th.
the 13th.
Was Friday the 13th an option, Michelle? Okay, so the 13th works?
Good for me.
Let's see if we can make that happen. Can I open? We can have it at an offsite, or?
And we have to record, and it's noticed and everything, too.
Scratch Fridays.
A Wednesday?
Well, the 12th, we have board briefing scheduled. Do you want to do it on the 12th? Oh, is she available on the 12th? It's a Thursday.
Thursdays are worse, but.
I mean, it's already a board briefing day. I think we only have a couple of hours that we need to complete. 12th? Does that work, Mr. Kennedy?
It does.
Mr. Minor?
I'm sorry, what date is
The
it?
July 12th? We're currently scheduled for board briefings on that day, and so what we'd be doing is we'd be adding the master training. For a couple of
I
hours.
forget the rules of the game as to whether all 5 of us have to be present.
Yeah, I think that's the intent, for us to work
It
on
is.
working together.
It's not required.
Okay.
I mean, we went to the, Mr. Minor, if you remember, there was only 4 of us at Howie on the Hills.
Howie on the Hills.
Yeah, I had a bad cold that weekend, I think.
I'll make brownies if you'll come.
So,
Well, when
I'm not-
I think my
give-
wife wants to make
just-
cookies for Mr. Minor, so.
Well, last time you gave me brownies not to come, but anyway, yeah.
Okay, so let's try the 12th. Yes?
What-
No?
You have board briefings from 1:15 to 5:15. I'm not sure.
How much, we're talking, what,
I think
4
like
hours?
2 hours, 3 hours, I think.
2.5 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
So why don't we start in the morning?
9 a.m.
Late morning?
Yeah, like 9:30.
We could do that. You want to do 9 to
9 to 12.
12, 9 to 12, and then we'll have lunch, and then we'll start with briefings? Let's see if we can make that work.
Works for me.
Okay. All right.
Thursday, July 12th.
Yes. 9 a.m.
All right, and then the other thing that we've been talking about, and we've had some discussion around doing it more as a strategic planning retreat, so I don't know if it would be a workshop, but to look at sometime in July or very early August for the board to meet with the cabinet and a couple of consultants to begin structuring a strategic planning process. The folks that I've had communications with, and I think Andrea Messina mentioned that before you start a search for a superintendent, you should have a strategic plan, and our strategic plan is at the end of its tenure. And so I thought it would be of value for us to get together with the new superintendent and her cabinet and the board to begin understanding the various processes to go through in developing a strategic plan, strategy, and that type of planning process. So we can put out some dates and look at a venue to have that. We will be including also probably the representative from the Florida Association of District School Superintendents that are part of that program of mentoring the new superintendent through the Department of Education. And I think Bill Vogel has been the person that's been identified to serve as that mentor. And so that's something to think about, and we'll be getting more information out to you. And I guess that's kind of, my update with moving forward. Mr. Dye, do you have a legal update? You've worked overtime today and tonight, and I appreciate all your efforts going back and forth as we've worked through, this agreement and other issues. Mr. Titlebaum?
I do have a legal update. On May 1st, 2014, I joined the School District of Manatee County. I've had the opportunity to spend my first board meeting with the superintendent, Dr. Green. She was a deputy superintendent at that time. This is my last meeting with my superintendent, and I really want to express to you an appreciation for the continued support in the legal department, OPS, and what an absolute pleasure it has been to meet you, to know you, to work with you, and to grow with you in this district. Dr. Green, you will be very missed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I was remiss in not saying, I think we ought to have a workshop and invite Bill Vogel here to assist in the superintendent search. And we need to get that rolling.
Right, that's part of that process that we discussed. In fact, a whole team will be coming in and working with us on search process and the like.
I guess I was sleeping or something. I did not hear that that this whole team, will they have jerseys on or what?
I don't think you'll be disappointed, Mr. Minor.
Well,
What you're asking
I'm
for
hoping
is
there
in
be some
process.
cheerleaders.
What
but-
you're asking for is in process. That's what I said.
Okay, and we have a date, and who will be on the team?
I mentioned that we would be getting dates out. We're working through that as rapidly as we can.
Okay, I guess you're in contact.
Mr. Vogel is the lead. Yes, these are discussions that have been taking place for some time in preparation for what has occurred.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Instructional update. Now, this will be your last instructional update as Deputy Superintendent for Instruction, but you'll be double dutying it with regards to this role. So, Ms. Cynthia Saunders, Superintendent Designee, for an update.
Thank you very much. I just want to echo my appreciation and support of the board in this time of transition, as well as all the support I've had from the community through this process. We can't say how much we're going to miss Dr. Green and the foundation she has laid for us, both financially as well as academically. So my hope is just to continue the forward motion with our school district and our community, and I know with all the continued support, we're going to do just fine. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Mr. Serrano, operations update. You have been very busy.
We're always busy, but we're having fun too. So I do want to share with everyone a little private conversation I did have with the superintendent, since we're talking about superintendent searches and candidates and all this. I wanted to make sure that she really bragged about herself when she went up to Duval to interview, because usually superintendent candidates are strong in one area. Usually maybe it's operations, finance, management side. Other side is the traditional curriculum, and the other side would be the political. So it's like a triangle. And it's very rare to find a candidate that has strength in two areas. It's almost and truly is impossible to find someone that has strengths in all three. And that's what Dr. Green has. There is nobody that I know of in my 30 years in education that ever passed two referendums, a half-cent sales tax and a referendum, in such a short period of time. That was her political expertise. She not only got the board behind her, but the community. And that's a testament to her interrelational and personal skills. The curriculum, obviously, she's great in that area, because she has improved not only school grades, but the district grade. But and usually you have the left brain, right brain working. And it's just like, I'm in awe when she talks about everything, especially from the budget perspective. And just to show you, during the 2013-14 school year to the end of the 2016-17 school year, the school district of Manatee County fund balance grew by over $33 million under her leadership. And that's huge. That is just outstanding to be able to do that. And that's just a testament to the character that she is. And so thank you, Dr. Green, for hiring me and letting me work with you and serve you. Your service, dedication, relentless energy is something I always take with me. And I learned a lot from you, and if God has a plan, then hopefully our paths will cross again. So, okay, with that, let me get more serious. I do want to thank our ERP team. We are going live July 1st, and these people, I can't name them all, but they have just spent day and night here literally 24/7 for the last few weeks, and they're going to do that for another 2 weeks through July as we go live. They are the backbone of this district. They are taking us to the 21st century. They are committed, they are dedicated, and what has impressed me is they've taken on this project with very little oversight from us. They are doing it on their own. This is something they love, they're compassionate, and they're passionate about, and we'll never be able to reward them enough for what they're doing to our district, because what they're doing when we go live is going to set the direction for this district for the next 20 years. And so I just want them to know that my heart is with them, and I appreciate everything they've done for our district. And I hope when you see them, you'll be giving them thanks as well. I do want to bring you up to date on our Guardian transition as we've been moving forward with that. We've been doing a lot of work over the last 10 days, and I just want to bring you up to speed on where we're at right now. Last week, we interviewed approximately 100 candidates. At the same time that they were interviewed, they were also drug tested at that point in time. We have moved 25 of those candidates to the psychological testing screening that the Sheriff's Office will be doing. The results of those screenings will come back to us usually within 3 business days. Once the candidates pass the psychological screening, then we'll do the fingerprinting and background check. Once they are cleared, then we will enroll them in the Sheriff's Training Program. Mitchell and Michelle Hall, General Counsel for the Sheriff's Office, just finalized the contract, so we have that in place for the training. Training will start with an initial class of 18 candidates. The training lasts 3 weeks and 3 days for a total of 144 hours. It is our tentative schedule to deploy the first group of guardians in our schools the week of August 20th. And as long as there's no delays with weather or other unforeseen circumstances, we're looking at bringing them, each class into the district and be fully staffed with the guardians and our traditional SROs within the month of September. During the middle of that transition, we will also continue to use the law enforcement officers we did, just like we did second semester. So all our schools will be fully staffed in the beginning of school. As you know, Holmes Beach did agree to the 70-30 split for their 1 SRO. City of Palmetto last night agreed to the 70-30 split for their 3 SROs. And we believe that at this point in time, the City of Bradenton will go back to revisit, and hopefully their decision will be also 70-30. So that's where we're at as of this moment, and things are looking really good. And we are very, very impressed with the caliber of candidates that we've interviewed. And so I think we'll meet our threshold of 35 or 40 guardians. Okay. That concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Green for the superintendent's report.
Thank you. I want to echo what Ron said about our ERP team. I've been out here also on the weekends and seeing them, not seeing them, their cars here. And I talk to Rob every time I see him. We're good? And Rob has promised me that I will get an email on July 1 that the district didn't blow up, and to make sure that everything going live on July 1 will be in place, and I have no reason to doubt that. But I do want to echo a couple of things that was said by the Byron Shin, in that it wouldn't matter whether those people saw Focus. Anytime you go live and people have been trained, and when they come back over the summer, somehow everything just seeped out of your brain. You just forget everything. And so there will be a little time for people to go back. I don't want to say retrain, but go back and look over their notes, look over the information so that they can reboot. So there will be points of pain, and I think I told this to Mr. Cologne 2 years ago, that this is always a painful process to implement a new ERP system. And there is just not enough words to say or articulate what it takes to implement such a massive enterprise system. And Rob has truly stepped up to that plate and has done he and his team has done a phenomenal job. And so really, by the time you have your next board meeting, they will have gone through a number of iterations of whether it's redoing payroll or testing payroll, and hopefully at that point, they can give you a robust update about where they are. And I want to say congratulations to Ms. Saunders. I know you'll do a fantastic job. And to the team, our senior leadership team, they are just awesome individuals, each and every one of you. And so thank you, thank you. There is no school district that can do the job of educating students with just the superintendent alone. It takes everyone coming together to make it work. And I want to continue to encourage this board to keep doing that. And working together doesn't mean you always have to agree. Working together just means you agree to keep working through it. And I just appreciate everything the board has done for me and for our school district. And last but not least, Ryan, I wish I could say I'm going to miss you. But I will.
He's going to follow you.
Thank you for the balanced article this evening. Very unfortunate that someone wanted to do something to this school district, but I will stand up for this school district. And if we made a mistake, I'll stand up and say we made a mistake, but we didn't. So thank you very much for printing a balanced, truthful article. So with that, I just want to say thank you. I wish I had a mic because I wanted to drop the mic or do something, but I just want to say thank you.
Team Green out.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Minor, will you start us off for board comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ooh, I think the first time that I had much of a discussion with Superintendent Green was down there at what do we call the Twin Dolphin. It's gone through different name iterations, and there was a reception, upstairs. Mm-hmm. And we had I think we had 5 candidates, for superintendent at that time, and I think some good candidates. And the candidate that impressed me the most in terms of discussion, who demonstrated extraordinary people skills and knowledge, was Dr. Green. We got along. She put up with me. And so after a very thorough process, and it came down to voting, and Mrs. Harvey made allusion to that, I think today or over, was it Saturday, or I guess, there was a vote, and there were a couple votes for Dr. Green, one of which I'm proud to say was mine. And I felt at that time she represented the quality of character and dedication and love of people, of students, and dedication, to education that fit well with this community, represented the qualities we wanted to demonstrate for our students, and knew how to get the job done. And she's put up with me. Now it's been, I guess, 5 years? Yes, sir. 5 years. So we haven't always agreed on everything, but I felt that we've had a charmed journey during these 5 years. A lot of bumps along the way, but not between her and me. And there have been a lot of challenging moments during this 5 years. And whew, I don't know if I'd want to go through them again if I knew all that was involved with the 5 years. But there's a lot of learning experiences, and Dr. Green was a great example about learning from those experiences and moving on. And all the indications of success are there. Keep on trucking. And keep on trucking we did. And there have been a host of changes, most of them for much better. And not enough credit can be given to you, Dr. Green. Thank you. I really hate having you leave. I've done everything I could to not have you leave. Jim's laughing in the back.
Indentured
You betcha.
servitude.
Yeah, pain in the ass, minor. But anyway, well, that's true. And but I've also said that I wish her the very best. I've lost some friends on the Duval School Board for stealing you, but give my best to Becky anyway. And I have confidence that you'll do great things for Duval, and they're very fortunate to have you. And I wish you the very best. And I want to say, to Cynthia here, I'm this due diligence guy, and I'm a pain in the ass, but that's how I think that, things ought to be done. I'm very proud that my association with you, I think it'll be quite a long time, probably, and I think you'll do a great job, and congratulations if we ever get this contract signed. I wish your attorney were sitting in the front row and could come up and say, yeah, it's not a bad deal. Okay. I'll have it to you by noon. Okay. But, thank you. If she'd hired me, it would have all be done, but.
You wouldn't have brought a new one, or if I'd have seen it before tonight. But I'll have it to you by noon.
I think last night I was acting as an attorney up at a hospital at like 10:30 or something. So anyway, thank you. And it's always an interesting meeting here. And thank you, fellow board members, for letting me be part of what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Mr. Cologne?
Well, I will say, Mr. Minor's always full of surprises, and sometimes I enjoy them. We can always agree to disagree. That's the one thing I try and pride myself on. Whether it's the only one I never disagree with is Miss Messenger, because I know I won't win. So it's pointless. I want to say a couple of quick things. The naming of the Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School was very important to the community and to this district. It was so important that even the mayor of Sarasota came. A lot of people didn't see her. Mayor Shelley Freeland Eddy came in. She's a member of Zeta Phi Beta sorority, and she drove down here because she thought it was important as well. And that's just a testimony to how far Barbara Harvey's reach goes. It doesn't just stop in Manatee County. It goes all the way down to Sarasota as well. She doesn't limit herself geographically. She likes to help children all over. And I think that's critical and very important. Dr. Green, I still remember the first time I met you. I was not a member of this board. I was on the State Board of Education at the time. And I came down to the meet and greet they had with all the candidates at Pier 22, I think it was called at the time, before Chef Madison got it. And I still have some bruises on my arm from where she twisted it. When I told her, you know, they don't really appoint women that easily in Manatee County. And for them to appoint you, a woman of color, I was like, it's going to be a stretch. And she gave me that look that she gives me, that disapproving look. And I said, I'm just being honest. She was, but they made the wrong choice. They took Mr. Mills, I believe it was, and she was a big enough person to take the number 2 spot and prove everyone wrong. She's done a fabulous job, and I wanted to stop her from leaving as Mr. Minor did. And I went so far as to think about calling Mayor Lenny Curry up in Jacksonville and saying, you can't have her. But I knew that wasn't going to work because she's destined for bigger things. And I will never stand in the way of anyone who's that good, that courageous, and that focused. And I believe she is that focused. I want to thank her husband, James, in the back, for lending her to us for this period of time, because she has really brought this district to a point where we can be very, very proud of where we are. For our bond rating to move from almost a junk status up to an A rating in such a short period of time, and I'm sure Heather had a lot to do with that, right, Ms. Jenkins? Just a tiny bit, right? Okay. But the staff helped. I mean, no leader can do it by themselves, but they have to have good leadership. They have to have strong leadership. And what I really want to say also, it's been a pleasure to work with you. Even though we don't always agree, it's a pleasure to work with you, and it really was. And one good thing I can say about you leaving, I know that your number 2, Cynthia Saunders, has got you on speed dial. And anytime there's an issue that comes up, she's going to call. I started to bring it up.
Static is pretty bad in Jacksonville.
Oh, really? Must be all them damn, must be all those darn Navy ships up there. Yeah, those squids will do it to you every time. I started to try and get Mr. Minor to come to a meeting with me and agree to give you like a consulting contract so Cynthia could call you whenever she wanted to. But I knew that wasn't going to happen. But you're good friends, and I know that you'll be there if she needs some advice. And that's very important because the momentum can't change. We need to keep moving this district forward, and I think she's the one to continue to move us forward, and I want to see her demonstrate that over the next 6 to 9 months. So with that, I'll say thank you very much for being here, and I'm going to drive up to Jacksonville and see you, because I have to go to Tallahassee periodically, and I'll just make a quick pit stop over there. So you'll see me. And give my best to Gary Chartran from the KIPS Academy, because you'll be more of a thorn in his side now. Thank you.
Mr. Kennedy.
All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Green, thank you very much. As has been said earlier, it's been a pleasure to work with you. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. And still my proudest moment in this 4 years on the board has been going to bat for you to be our next superintendent. And, superintendents come and go and board members come and go, but it's our employees who are the constant. And I think the reason that you have been such an effective superintendent in many different ways, but as Ron touched on, kind of that personal / political part of the triangle, your employees work so hard for you and respect you so much because they know you are one of them. And Duval is lucky to have you, because everything you do is based on the people that work for you and the kids that are under your instruction. So this is not a goodbye, it's just a goodbye for now. We'll see you at the FSBA and FADS conference twice a year, and I wish you nothing but the best, and I guess that's about all. Yeah, like I said, we'll see you down the road soon. Thank you.
Vice Chair Messenger.
I'm not sure I can add much more to that conversation, other than you will be missed. I think I've said everything I had to say. You know, I believe that, you know, you have been led where you're supposed to go, and, you know, I think you believe that as well. And I really just wish you well. And Olivia and I are going to come see your office one day. How long is that drive?
3.5 hours.
3.5 hour drive with a 3-year-old. We will come see you eventually.
Excuse me, what are you driving, a jet? Even it takes me almost 6 hours to get to Jacksonville.
Not that way. You drive faster than anybody. Well, never mind.
With a 3-year-old. So we will come visit you. But thank you for everything you've done. And you will absolutely be missed.
I have so many people. Well, Dr. Green, I appreciate all you've taught me. And one day I'll give you a whole list. And James, I'm sure you helped me in more ways than I will ever know, because I believe that you probably were Hercule when things were challenging. And I know you're going to do fantastic things in Duval, and I'm so happy for you and proud that you are going to be leading the district where you started your career as an educator. It's fantastic. I'd like to thank a lot of people, because I will tell you that when I got a call from someone in D.C., which now seems like a year ago, that our superintendent may be leaving, I was in the grocery store and I called Andrea Messina, who's the director of the Florida School Board Association, and said, I just heard from somebody in D.C., and it was not Vern Buchanan, by the way. It was someone else, and began the process of what do we do next should this occur. I'd like to thank Bill Vogel, Rick Mills, many of the board members of Duval School District who gave me a lot of insight and counsel with regards to the process that they went through. And they gave me the counsel while they were going through the process of deciding to select you. Dr. Grusso, Doug Wagner, Mr. Teitelbaum, Mr. Dye, Pat Barber, of course, Cynthia Saunders. We have spent hours and hours and hours and hours working through this transition. And I'd like to thank my fellow board members, because we will look back at this and wonder how in the world we accomplished what we accomplished in such a short period of time in a transition pretty much mid-year as we're finishing a fiscal year and beginning to start another one. We came off the referendum. We've got these committees. And so I think we've demonstrated that we can be effective and work through issues. And as Mr. Colon mentioned, you know, we agree to disagree. But I think if you look at how far we've come, I think we have structured a smooth transition to go from Dr. Green's leadership to now Ms. Saunders' leadership. And I think we have been able to demonstrate and send the message to our staff that there's stability, that we're going to continue to move forward, that we have the aid district in our sights, and we can get there. So I really appreciate the cooperation and the effectiveness that this board has demonstrated through what is yet another very challenging process that not many boards are subject to, the challenges that we've been subject to, but we've prevailed, and I think we've succeeded. With that, I want to let everyone know that Ms. Saunders will be taking the oath of office at 4 p.m. on Thursday here in the board chambers. And we will start a new era to continue the path that Dr. Green has put us on and has delivered us to this precipice of becoming an A district. With that, I thank you again for all you have taught me, and I appreciate your counsel and wish you the best of luck. And if you run into political speed bumps, Mr. Colon and I will be there for you. We won't drive up there, we'll fly up there. All right? So we're a phone call away. With that, we stand adjourned. Well, the